Good evening and welcome to the City Council's April 16th regular City Council meeting. I am Cecilia Taylor, the Mayor of Menlo Park. This is a hybrid meeting with City Council, city staff, and members of the public participating in City Council chambers. Please note, public comment speaker time may be limited. First, I would like to introduce City Council members and staff present in the City Council chambers. Vice Mayor Drew Combs, City Council members Maria Dorr and Betsy Nash. City Council member Jen Willison will be joining us remotely this evening. Staff present include City Manager Justin Murphy, Assistant City Manager Stephen Stolte, and Deputy City Clerk Sarah Sandoval. And Nira Doherty, our city attorney, will be participating remotely. Deputy City Clerk Sandoval, would you please provide instructions to the City Council and members of the public on how the meeting will proceed?
Thank you, Mayor Taylor. I'm happy to do that. For anyone joining us this evening who's interested in making public comment, I'll ask that ahead of the item upon which you'd like to speak, if you're joining us in person today, that you fill out a speaker card at this back table and return it to me here at the clerk's desk. For anyone joining us online, you'll be able to use the raised hand feature in the bottom of your screen. And for anyone joining us on a landline or cell phone, you can raise your hand by pressing *9 to indicate that you'd like to make a public comment. Thank you, Mayor Taylor.
Thank you. Item C, Agenda Review. Agenda Review provides advance notice to members of the public and city staff of any modifications to the agenda order and any request from City Council members under City Council member reports. Does the City Council wish to pull any items from the consent calendar or informational items for discussion to be heard after the last business item, item I2? Thank you. Does any of our City Council members want to modify the order of any agenda item? There is one item that will be modified on the agenda, and that is to reorder item E5, the vehicle license fee presentation, to be heard after item F1, which is our appointments to the city commissions. Next item is item D, public comment. Under public comment, the public may address the City Council on any subject not listed on the agenda. Each speaker may address the City Council once under public comment for a limit of 3 minutes. It is helpful but not required if you state your name and city of residence. The City Council cannot act on any item not listed on the agenda. Therefore, the City Council cannot respond to non-agenda items brought up under public comment other than to provide general information. I will call for public comment at the appropriate time for members of the public to address the City Council on any item under agenda sections, presentations and proclamations, special business, advisory body vacancies and appointments, study session, consent calendar, regular business, and informational items. Deputy City Clerk Sandoval, please call for public comment under general public comment.
Thank you, Mayor Taylor. Anyone attending who would like to make a general public comment on an item not on this evening's agenda? If you're joining us in person today, please fill out a speaker card and return it here to the clerk's desk. And anyone online who would like to make a public comment on an item not on this evening's agenda, please use the raised hand feature in the bottom of your screen or press *9 now. Okay, Mayor Taylor, I have 4 speakers. And our first public commenter will be Michelle Huang.
Thank you, Mayor and Council members. My name is Michelle Huang. I'm 15 and I live in District 5. The purpose of my statement today is to express my concerns about Menlo Park's road safety for both pedestrians and bikers, and offer suggestions on our city's infrastructure. A couple of weeks ago, a middle school student was hit by a car on Santa Cruz Avenue. The student was biking to school when the incident occurred. This incident is one of many. In Menlo Park, 25% of bicycle collision injuries involve a minor 15 years or below. Almost 30% of pedestrian collisions involve a senior 65 years or older. That is to say, our youth and seniors are overrepresented in these accidents. Much of the young population today in the Bay Area prefer to commute to school by e-bike or by foot, whether that be due to convenience or climate awareness. Menlo Park must provide safe infrastructure to ensure that our students may get to school safely. We don't need to look very far for an example of effective infrastructure safety strategies. San Francisco has been rated among the top 3 safest cities for bikers across the nation. San Francisco supports community groups for pedestrian, child, and biker safety. One notable directive that the city has taken is an infrastructure aspect called daylighting. Daylighting is a method of setting up the intersection so that vehicles stop 20 feet away from the crosswalk. This method increases visibility so that pedestrians and drivers alike can see each other, minimizing sudden stops, near misses, and intersection collisions. San Francisco aims next to daylight their high injury networks, and I implore our city government to try the same. Additionally, I propose that the city considers following San Francisco's example by accommodating signal time for pedestrian crossings. In Menlo Park, 40% or more intersection accidents affect our elderly citizens. As a resident with an elderly adult at home, I hope our crossing time limits become more patient for our seniors to cross the street effectively. Thank you for listening. I hope that with collaboration and innovation, our streets will become safe for everyone to use.
Thank you for your comment. Our next speaker will be Saiba, followed by Tom McRae.
Good evening, City Council member. I'm Saiba Sandhu, a 9th grade student at Menlo Atherton High School. Today, I'm here to talk about road safety in our community. I'm concerned about pedestrian safety near schools, safer routes for cyclists, and enforcing stricter traffic laws. I believe these changes, along with better street lighting and road safety education, are crucial for our community's well-being. Thank you for considering these important issues.
Thank you for your comment. And our next speaker will be Tom McRae, followed by John Butler.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. My name is Tom McRae. I'm from Solo Aquatics, and we've been in the
Tom,
area
can I ask you to lift the microphone a little bit higher? Thank you.
I've been in the area coaching Solo and Menlo Park residents for the past 30 years. And the reason I'm here is because last session was the working part with the aquatics report. And it was very disturbing from where I'm standing, because one of the things that I reported the last time I was in council chambers was I was providing numbers of participants that we had with Menlo Park addresses. And I provided that to city staff. And we had over 111 participants with Menlo Park addresses. That was not included in the staff report. So when we went down the list and we looked at what the percentages were of many of those programs at the pool, many of those were not even at 50%. In my program in the summertime, for example, we lose 50% of our pool space for the Mavericks program. The Mavericks program is a program of different mixes, but in the reporting and the data that it was given to you, it kind of looked like Solo and Pasa were increasing their lane space, when actually it didn't account for Mavericks as actually a separate unit. So a lot of the figures and things that were presented were not presented in a clear fashion. I know I also presented to City Council what the rates are for other nonprofit groups. I reported that the City of Pacifica charges, for example, $125 for lane space. And it was reported by the staff that it's $180 for staff rates. So the numbers that are being reported are not apples to apples. The only rentals that take place basically, right, the percentage of rentals that are not for the nonprofit youth organizations between Solo and Pasa, there's a small therapy group, but the remainder is all Team Sheeper groups. And so basically it's saying to you, council members, please stop raising the rates for lane rental fees until you find out exactly how much Mr. Sheeper is making. Because I put a bid in 10 years ago on running the pool, and that bid was to pay $650,000 and $10,000 a month in rent. I put in a bid the last time, and so did another bidder, and that bidder bid 30 to 70% cost recovery. Your staff went ahead and signed a contract for less than 1%. And the report that was just brought to you says that the operator made less than 1%. So if you made less than 1%, just get ready because you're going to need to open the checkbook because he's going to come back for more money. And so part of this is very simple. My organization would like to be here to provide this. We charge less than what PASA charges, for example, and we want to keep those rates as low as possible for the Menlo Park residents. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Our final speaker will be John Butler.
Thank you. Councilman Coombs, Councilwoman Nash, Councilwoman Dorr, and Councilwoman Olson online, and Mayor Taylor. Thank you for the opportunity to be here again, as you've given me for several years now. I am a 35-year resident of Menlo Park as of last December. I am a person living with mental health challenges for over 40 years. And I'm here to speak for those of us in Menlo Park community, our diverse communities, who have the needs to recover from mental health challenges and to live in wellness and have joyful lives. May is nationally known as Mental Health Month or Mental Health Awareness Month, and I appreciate that you'll be doing a proclamation on that in a couple of weeks. My personal experience is that I came to Menlo Park through experiences in Menlo Park and Redwood City, where I was living in 1988. And the ultimate experience of deciding to take my life in August of 1988, which was interrupted by the extreme kindness of the Redwood City Police Department that were at my door within 5 minutes of a call I had placed to my brother Larry to say goodbye. Stanford Hospital, of the 3 psychiatric wards I'd been in my early days, was the best for me, outstanding. I experienced colon cancer in 2015, and I found an atmosphere where there was a lot of laughter and consistent concern about my wellness. And I appreciate that. I will always appreciate being a Stanford client. There are many things that most people are unaware of about what it means to be one of us. And most people are afraid to address the issue of mental health. And, you know, I am able to do resource tables sometimes in Menlo Park and other places to invite people to an understanding and to realize that whatever the obstacle that mental illnesses bring us, I represent National Alliance on Mental Illness and the County of San Mateo and mental health. Whatever obstacles come our way can be overcome. Recovery is definitely possible, and we have a community that cares and supports us and saves our lives. So thank you for your consistent and faithful support of our communities here in Menlo Park, our diverse communities especially. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Mayor Taylor, I'm seeing no more hands. Please continue.
Thank you. And thank you to everyone who provided public comment. Our next item is item E. We have 3 proclamations this evening and 2 presentations. Deputy City Clerk Sandoval, do we have any public comment on items E1, E2, E3, E4, or E5?
Thank you, Mayor Taylor. If anyone would like to make public comment on our presentations and proclamations this evening, which include item E1, Proclamation for Affordable Housing Month, E2, Proclamation for Arbor Day, E3, Proclamation for Bike Month, E4, Presentation Youth Advisory Committee, or E5, Presentation Update on Vehicle License Fee Shortfall for Menlo Park. Please fill out a speaker card at the back table and return it to the clerk's desk. Anyone online who would like to make public comment on any of these items, please use the raise hand feature in the bottom of your screen or press *9 now. This will be our final call for public comment on E, presentations and proclamations. Seeing none, Mayor Taylor, please continue.
Thank you, Deputy City Clerk Sandoval. Our first proclamation is Affordable Housing Month. May is Affordable Housing Month. In May, our recognition of Affordable Housing Month brings to the forefront the spirit of inclusion and community empowerment that is required to create a future where affordable housing is accessible to all people. In this past year, the city has been active in the preservation and production of affordable housing and committing or expending over $5.3 million for various affordable housing activities, including affordable housing development for veterans, housing rehabilitation for low-income homeowners, and ownership opportunities for low-income households. We will continue to strive for a thriving, connected, safe, joyful, resilient, and diverse community where all of our neighbors belong. On May 11th at 1 p.m., the city, as a part of Affordable Housing Month, will be hosting a housing resource fair at Ivy Plaza, where community members can access information about affordable housing and housing services provided by the city. We hope to see you there. And here to accept the proclamation, I believe, is someone from Habitat for Humanities. San Francisco Habitat for Humanity's Greater San Francisco Project Manager, Robert Smith. We'll take one more. Maskless. Ms. Sandoval, can you come back? Yeah. Thank you. Thank you. The next proclamation is E2, Arbor Day. In 1872, J. Sterling Morton proposed to the Nebraska Board of Agriculture that a special day to be set aside for the planting of trees. This holiday, called Arbor Day, was first observed with the planting of more than 1 million trees in Nebraska and is now celebrated all over the world. On Arbor Day, observed on April 26, we recognize the myriad of benefits that trees hold for our global and local environment, as well as our responsibility to preserve and plant trees for the continued health and wealth of all. Trees improve air quality, provide shade, prevent erosion, maintain climatic balance, decrease wild velocities, and promote the scenic beauty and historic value of our neighborhoods. They provide habitats for wildlife, and support our mental health. This year is the 25th anniversary of the City of Menlo Park being recognized as a member of the Arbor Day Foundation's Tree City USA group, and we intend to remain a tree city for many years to come. The next proclamation is E3, Bike Month. Established in 1956, National Bike Month is a chance to showcase the many benefits of bicycling and encourage more folks to give biking a try. Whether traveling to work, school, or simply running errands, bicycling is an integral commute mode in the multimodal transportation network, which alleviates traffic congestion, reduces air pollution, and decreases fuel consumption. This May, the Bay Area will participate in the 13th Annual National Bike to School Day on Wednesday, May 8th, and the 30th Annual Bike to Work Where Every Day event on Thursday, May 16th, partnering with local bike coalitions, public school districts, private schools, and nonprofit agencies in promoting a month-long message that biking is a fun, healthy, and environmentally viable form of transportation, whether for fun, fitness, or with family, or taking essential trips to work or to shop, bicyclists in our community are an integral part of our movement for safer streets, connected communities, a healthier planet, and happier people. Here to accept the proclamation for our Bike Month is our Complete Streets Commissioner Chair, Jackie Sebrian. Our first presentation is E4, our Youth Advisory Committee. Here to make the presentation are our Youth Advisory Committee member, Ayala, Siboney Lynch, Jovi Wong, Isabel Habibi, Antonia Milley, Alicia Briggs, and Lulu Maxey.
Just one moment. I think I'm going to pull up your slideshow. Is that right? Okay. Just one more moment. Thank you for your patience.
Hello, everyone. We are the Youth Advisory Committee. I'm Isla Karadogan. I've been on the Youth Advisory Committee for 3 years now. This is.
I'm Alicia. I'm a freshman at Menlo Atherton High School. I'm Isabel. I'm a sophomore at Menlo Atherton High School, and this is my first year on YAC.
I'm Antonia. I'm a junior in high school, and it's also been my first year on YAC.
Hi, I'm Jovi. I'm also a sophomore in high school, and this is my first year on YAC.
I'm Siboney. I'm a sophomore, and this is my first year.
And yeah, we're the Menlo Parks Youth Advisory Committee. Next slide, please. So to start off, we're going to have our table of contents. So first off, who are we? What is YAC? What do we do in our meetings? Bit of our work plan, things that we've done for the city service. We have things that we've done, things we will do, some photos, some reflections of things that we've done, and of course, future projects. And then we'll have some time for reflection and questions. Next slide, please. Oh,
Too far?
yeah, just the last one. Oh. So I'm a junior in high school. I'm the president of the Youth Advisory Committee. Essentially, I keep everything in order. I make sure everything goes well. We get into deadlines, basically just facilitate all of our meetings and make sure YAC gets everything they need done.
Hi, I'm Jovi. I'm the vice president, and as the vice president, I assist the president, take over the meetings when the president is absent, and I send out the reminder emails.
Hi, I'm Antonia again, and I'm the media manager. So as media manager, I'm in charge of the advertisement for the events and planning and just letting our community and the youth know what we're doing and how we're helping the community. And I make flyers, I take care of the Instagram, and I get a lot of help from the rest of the members, yeah.
Hi, I'm Abby. I am the treasurer for YAC. So that means whenever we have to deal with anything money related, I am the one that will deal with that with our advisors.
I'm Siboney. I'm one of our 2 secretaries. Our other secretary is Lulu, but she can't be here today. And as secretaries, we take the meeting minutes and we send them out. And then I'm also the YAC's reporter. So right now I'm working on creating a website for YAC, and I'm also working on making a newsletter for YAC.
Hi, I'm Isabel.
And I'm Alicia.
We're the scribes of YAC. Essentially what we do is we just note take everything and what's happening in YAC.
And listed but not here today is Rowan Hanley. He is also a junior at MA, and he is our recruitment lead. He works on creating the questions for our YAC application for next year, and he's also in charge of deciding what questions we are going to ask in the interview.
So first, we're going to be talking a little bit about like what the Youth Advisory Committee is. YAC is basically just a group of teens who advise and respond to all matters related to the needs of the youth in Menlo Park. And we advise the Parks and Recreation Commission and city staff. We try to engage the future leaders of Menlo Park by encouraging youth to take an active leadership role in the community. So an instance of this is we go to city service events, such as like Halloween Hoopla, but we'll get into that later, and like other city service events. And we encourage our peers to do the same. We foster greater involvement of youth in municipal government and civic affairs. And we advise city staff on activities, events, and programs to meet the needs of the youth and teens. And so, for instance, we recently had our flea market where a lot of youth like attended, and a lot of youth had their own businesses in the flea market, and we'll talk about that later too. We also try to act as a bridge between local teens and city government by generating opportunities for youth.
And then YAC meeting. So we meet about once a month on Thursdays from September to May. And during these meetings, we tend to start out, well, of course, Isla starts our meetings, and then we start out with a bit of an icebreaker just to keep getting to know each other and to facilitate our connections as a committee together. Then after that, we tend to go into more reflections where we reflect on previous experiences we've had in YAC, such as attending city council meetings or attending YAC Attack, which we'll talk about later. And then, depending on the day, we will go into a series of other activities. So first off, we might discuss pertinent city issues. We also might plan and arrange a YAC-sponsored city event. Once again, this event was the flea market this year, and we talked about it as a group to discuss logistics, and we also split into committees to work separately on the promotion of this event and the execution of this event. And then finally, we also occasionally had special guests who attended the meeting. So we had Vice Mayor Drew Combs, and he came to talk about his experience and how he got into government, and it was very informative. We also had the Public Works come to deliver a presentation, and they facilitated a discussion about e-bike safety and bike racks, and we were able to assist in that conversation because as teenagers, we've had a lot of experience with this, and we were able to give valuable information, which was a very unique and special experience. Next slide, please.
So in the beginning of the year, we came up with a YAC work plan where we came up with some policies that we all agreed on. So we have to attend some city council meetings, which we have done in the past, volunteer for a city-sponsored event, which we'll get into next slide, listen to city staff members' presentations, and provide feedback, which we did with the e-bike presentation in one of our meetings, present a service project to city council, which we're here right now, and work together to plan recruitment for next year's YAC team. And we've had the privilege to attend YAC Attack this year.
Next slide, please. And yeah, this is an example of our work plan. And next slide, please. Thank you. So as Jovi just mentioned, one of our requirements is to attend at least one city event per year as DAC members, and we're also really encouraged to do more than that. And so in these events, we really help make sure that everything's working and running. We're helping people where help is needed. And so yeah, that's a lot of the things we do this year. And examples of these events were the Halloween Hoopla, Light Up the Season, and the Extravaganza. And I attended Halloween Hoopla, and I aided in giving candy to children and helping them play games. And it was a really fun thing to do. And we also had Light Up the Season, and one of our members had a speech there where he talked about our community, the different celebrations we have, and so we just help at those events.
Next slide, please. Recently, a lot of the members of YAC attended YAC Attack. What YAC Attack is, it's basically a conference for a lot of the youth advisory committees of the Bay Area. So at this YAC Attack, around 150 teens attended from 15 different cities. And as you can see, a lot of we got to interact and collaborate with a lot of different YACs and kind of interact with them through insightful panels, interactive workshops, and networking opportunities that the YAC Attack offered. This event is held once every other year, and this year's at the Burlingame Community Center. There were lots of workshops to choose from, including Generations Day, League of Women Voters, political polarization, and even self-defense.
Next slide. At Yak Attack, we had so much fun attending the various workshops. And through these workshops, we gained so much insight and different experiences. Me and Isabel, the other scribe, had the opportunity to attend a workshop known as Generations Day. This workshop was led by Yak from across the Bay Area. And they talked about how in their town, they created an event where they were basically focused on bridging the gap between seniors and youth in their community. And through a lot of brainstorming, me and Isabel came up with an event that we are hoping to implement this October in 2024, which would be a Generations Day pickleball tournament with that would be focused on raising charity for breast cancer awareness. Thank you.
And now we're going to start talking about our flea market, which was our Yak sponsored event for this year. So starting off with the planning process, we brainstormed this idea in one of our first meetings and came to the unanimous decision to organize a flea market. So the planning began in October, which was our second meeting. So we started right off the bat. And we did this by contacting potential vendors to send out interest forms to ensure that enough people in our community actually wanted this event. So we had enough people to supply it to the community and to start publicizing. So we used this information to receive endorsement from the city. And then we communicated with vendors about the logistics of the flea market once we had a date set and a place and all the logistics figured out. Then we advertised our event to Menlo Park and surrounding communities. And we did this through the Instagram, but we also did it through posters. And we each had an allotted amount of posters and flyers that we had to put around our community, which we designated to Belhaven and Menlo Park and Woodside and all those areas. And then we worked as greeters, photographers, and ran the Yak recruitment station while we were at the event itself. So we really had a hands-on role in the event itself and were able to interact with a lot of the vendors and the customers who are coming to buy the goods, which is really unique.
And here are some of the photos from the flea market and some quotes from patrons and vendors from the flea market. And just overall, it was a really successful event. I think a lot of vendors were able to publicize their business and like a lot of people learned about them. And it was also a great way for the youth to come together and meet in Menlo Park. And yeah, it was very successful. And we'll talk about that later.
Yes. So these are the flea market outcomes for the attendees. So we had about 388 attendees, which was amazing. We had so many people show up. It was great. And so before the attendees left the market, we asked them to fill out this form to rate their experience on a scale from 1 to 5. And as you can see, we did pretty well. We had an average rating of about 4.2 between all ages. And yeah, next slide, please. And here are the flea market outcomes for the vendors. So we had 15 vendors participate in the flea market. And it's also important to note that we only had about 3 adults attending as vendors. So just note that when you're looking at the graphs. But overall, we also asked them to rate their vendor communication on a scale from 0 to 5. And it also seems that we did pretty well, except with the older people vendors. We saw that we could communicate a little better with them. And as Abby mentioned before, we had a lot of vendors with different things that they were selling. It was varied a lot. And as you can see that most of them did pretty well. The adolescents did the best out of all categories, but that's also because we had like a major amount of adolescents there. So yeah, we did really good.
So every year, Yak does a city-sponsored project, and this year we will be helping with the opening of the Belhaven Community Campus. And we will be helping by leading a craft that highlights a program called Creative Bug, which is a new library resource that's a digital, it kind of shows tutorials of different crafts that people can learn. And this is located in the makerspace, which last year Yak helped the Parks and Recreation build it. And overall, this project, our goal is to connect the citizens of Menlo Park and sort of expose the people to this new campus and highlight resources. Next slide.
Right. So we're gonna close off with our reflections of our experience being on Yak. So for me personally, I love being on Yak. I've been here for 3 years now, and it's It's had its ups and downs, but I really brought it together this year just because I really, really enjoy the community. I love being able to go to these community events, really get to know the people that I see every day on the streets. I've grown up here in Menlo Park, so it's been a great experience just really making a difference and learning new leadership skills. And now I know how to make meeting minutes and an agenda. So I think that I've learned a lot of really important skills, especially in government, and I would love to pursue a career in leadership or in government. So this has really helped me a lot.
Yak has been an amazing experience for me. I've learned so many leadership skills and the importance of communication and deadlines. And other than that, I've also gotten to form so many amazing connections with my fellow committee members and my amazing advisors.
I've had a lot of fun on Yak. I think I've learned a lot about like how city government is run and how like just things work. Like for example, I make the meeting minutes and I've never had to do that before. And I don't think I even knew what meeting minutes were before I joined Yak. But it's been a lot of fun. And I think I've also been able to like connect with the Menlo Park community more. Because like, for example, a lot of our city service events, I didn't know that those happened until I joined Yak. And so, yeah, I'm really grateful for Yak. I'm really grateful for our president, Isla, and for our advisors. And I'm definitely going to reapply next year because it was a lot of fun.
Although I've been on Yak for less than a year, I feel like I've learned so much already. From attending city council meetings, I've gone to see how like things are run behind the Menlo Park government. And from attending all the events offered, I've got just to interact with community members. And by attending meetings, I've got to interact with my peers and kind of learn where everyone's from and learn about my community.
And to second what other people have said, Youth Advisory Committee offers an opportunity for us to learn things outside of school in a very different setting because it's a lot more hands-on than a lot of leadership experience that you have within a school, and it's a lot more large scale. You have a much larger audience that you have to please, which has been a very different challenge, but very interesting in and of itself. Also, all the events that we run, when we're helping out at them, you're able to see the direct impact of all of your work and how it's affecting people and how many people it brought together. And that's been a really cool part of Yak that I am very, very thankful for.
Yes, to add on to what Abby just said, I think it's very fulfilling to see our work reflected in the community and to see what our opinions on things also being reflected in the community. And I also think being on Yak this year has really taught me about being in a position of leadership and doing something that I like at the same time. As advertisement is something that I've always wanted to do. And it's taught me a lot about making sure things are on time and making things good. And it's taught me a lot.
Yak has taught me a lot about the local city government, which I didn't really know anything about before I joined. And it's also given me an opportunity to connect with the upperclassmen of my high school, which going into MA, it's a very large school. And I was very worried before I started. So it's been really great to work on projects with them and collaborate. And I will definitely be applying for next year.
All right, so this is time for any questions anyone may have for us to answer. Anyone?
Thank you so much for
Thank
the
you.
presentation.
Thank you so much. We're so happy to be here, really.
Vice Mayor Combs.
Yeah, I don't have a question, but wanted to thank you guys all for what I thought was a really great and solid presentation.
Thank you.
I also want to thank the mayor for ensuring that you guys were able to come and present. And also acknowledge your advisors, Deshaun Williams and Ella Hadrovic, for all of the work I know that they have put into making this a success. And it's clear that the Yak is a success, I think, of which you all can be very proud of. And I'll just do one acknowledgement also of our former colleague up here, Ray Mueller, who played a key role in establishing, at least sort of, a lot of people were involved in establishing it, but certainly played a key role in establishing Yak. And I know he would be incredibly proud if you were here to see the presentation that you guys just put on. And finally, I will acknowledge that a lot of you mentioned that you were reapplying. Unlike the other committee assignments that will happen later today, we have nothing to do with the Yak, who serves on Yak. I want to be very clear about that. That is a decision made by staff. But I hope to, or at least I hope I'm not here, but I hope a future city council will see you all applying for commissions or maybe even running for city council. But again, really great presentation.
Thank you.
I just want to echo my appreciation for all of you and for what you shared today and the professionalism with which you have served our community over the last several months. And a big thank you to the staff that have supported the students and made this program so successful. Thank you.
Absolutely. Our advisors are incredible. They're so helpful. We always have pizza and food at our meetings. So they're great, really inspiring for sure.
Thank you again. And before you go, I want to do one procedural step that needs to happen. At this time, I would like to bring on City Council Member Jen Willison to provide a general description of her circumstances for participating remotely through AB 2449, Just Cause.
Thank you, Mayor Taylor. I am joining remotely due to an illness. I'm sorry for coming in late.
We appreciate you being here and also in an opportunity if you had anything you wanted to share to our YAC.
Thank you. I wanted to join in to thank the youth for their incredibly inspiring participation in our city. It was wonderful to hear all that you've been doing. And I actually had a question for the youth. In city council, a lot of times, I know some of you have been attending our meetings, and that's wonderful. We often wonder what the youth of our community would feel on a topic, not just related to parks and rec items, but related to everything. I know you've had presentations on complete streets issues and e-bikes, but also on things like housing and climate and a lot of things happening in our city. And I just wanted to see if you had any thoughts on how the youth can more regularly be able to weigh in. I think one model that I've heard in another city is sometimes they have a non-voting representative on some of the more regular commissions that the adults serve on. And I just wanted to know if any of you had any thoughts on how we can be sure to engage the youth on the day-to-day matters that are happening in our cities, because we know that the youth will inherit the earth and Menlo Park. I'm so curious to hear your thoughts. Thanks.
So our group is really driven. So of course, we'd love to help with these decisions. First, we'd like to know what the problems are in the first place. So if we would have somebody inform us of all the things that they would like our opinion on, we would love to write up something that would tell us everything that we think about those problems, and we can send those to whoever is most appropriate. We would love to put those on our agenda meetings and on our agendas and get those addressed in our meetings. We could definitely do something on that. But yeah, basically we just would like to know first what you guys would like to know on our opinion. And we're always here to help, and we would love to do that. So as soon as we get what it is you guys would like, we would be happy to do so.
Thank you. That's one. Yeah, I see someone else coming.
And then I just want to add on that your idea of having someone on present at the meetings that would not be voting but could share their insight, I think that would also be a really valuable aspect that we could partake in. I do think I agree with Isla. It would be helpful if we got a bit of context and information about what was going on in meetings, just because we would be coming on a bit later and with much less experience. But also as a group, we're very good at facilitating conversation. And I think that within our meetings, if were given a certain agenda item to talk about, I do think that we would be able to offer some really good insight, and we would love to really be involved in that in the future.
Thank you. We have another question from Councilmember Nash.
So I'm really excited to hear more about YAC and meet all of you. That was excellent. I'm wondering, this is perhaps to staff. One of the areas where you did provide some input apparently is with e-bikes and e-bike safety. And I would love to know how that will come back to council, because it's a topic that's very interesting to all of us.
So when they gave us this presentation, we all gave them advice on, we actually all, after the meeting, we all went and explored Menlo Park a bit and came back to them saying where we would find best for bike racks, because some are unused, but then some are overcrowded. So we came back to them telling them where it was most efficient to put our bike racks. So that's one example of us reaching back out to them. But of course, if we would like to get that back to City Council, we will let our advisors know, and I'm sure they will know how to process that information most accurately. If anyone else wants to add on? If that helps.
Wait, like also on the topic of e-bikes specifically, we all agree that they're kind of annoying, that we don't love them. And we think that like we're still trying to figure out what the best way would be to make them more safe. But maybe like enforcing stricter rules or having like talks at schools about like how dangerous they can be could be helpful.
Oh, and yes, I forgot to mention, we were planning on doing presentations at middle schools about how we can practice better road safety and basically just how to lock your bike, when to cross, what to pay attention to. And we do plan on doing that sometime soon.
That's terrific. Thank you.
Councilmember Dorr?
Thank you. I want to echo excitement for bringing your insight and input into other decision making, and also the way that you are ambassadors for the city and to your peers at MA, your peers in your neighborhoods. And so I am very excited to +1 on the idea of having your input on climate action, on environmental justice, on affordable housing, on the other things that are going on in this community, whether that means through presentations that are brought to you, whether that means finding specific items that you can be alerted to that are especially relevant for youth, or seeing for the city if we could have a non-voting youth participant in different committees. Thank you.
And I will take the last question, and that is, you stated in your presentation that you are inactive between May and September. So is YAC doing anything behind the scenes? Is that a recruitment period for you?
Wait, do you know when the recruiting time? It's May 24th. Okay. So usually during the summer, we're actually we aren't really meeting, and our recruitment, the time when people can be applying, ends on May 24th, and it's actually open right now. So anyone wants to join, we have it open now, and we were there at the flea market making sure people could sign up. But essentially, no, we are actually quite inactive during that time, but we get right back into it in August, and really proactive in the beginning. And I actually will do some work before just to make sure everything help with interviews, with recruitment. So me and Jovi will probably be working on that. But until the next year starts, that's pretty much all we're doing, really, picking out applicants. Thank you for your question.
Thank you. I appreciate all the work that went into your presentation, and I was just excited to listen to it. And I really also appreciate you showing up to our council meetings. And most importantly, speaking. And you have two peers right behind you. I was very excited to hear about the public comments about bike safety. So I hope that they will be applying for the YAC.
Thank you so much for your time and listening to us. We are very happy to be here. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Yes. The next presentation is E5. I'm doing E5.
Mayor Taylor, if I may, I think we reordered the agenda so that E5 would be after F1.
Yes, so now we are going to F1. Our next item is F1. Consider applicants and make appointments to fill the vacancies on our various advisory bodies. Here to introduce this item is our Deputy City Clerk, Sarah Sandoval.
Thank you, Mayor Taylor. I'm just going to need a moment to pull up a screen share. Wonderful. Okay. Good evening, City Council. The item before you this evening is to consider applicants and make appointments to fill vacancies on our advisory bodies here in Menlo Park. We have 7 active advisory bodies, and we had open recruitment for vacancies on each body. Those are the Complete Streets Commission, or CSC, Environmental Quality Commission, or EQC, Finance and Audit Commission, or FAC, Housing Commission, or HC, Library Commission, or LC, Parks and Recreation Commission, or PRC, and Planning Commission, or PC. I have a brief overview to share with you before we begin the appointment process, and then I'll be happy to take any questions that you may have. Whoop, too far. Per the staff report, this year we held a 2-month recruitment period for all 7 of our advisory bodies, running from February 26th to March 27th. We had 15 vacancies at the beginning of this period and received 22 applications. Promotion for open recruitment included, but was not limited to, social media posts, weekly digest articles, print newspaper ads, postcard flyers, emails to previous applicants, and announcements at public meetings. I do have one update, actually 2 updates to the staff report. The first is regarding Attachment E, which lists Jeffrey Lynn of the EQC with a term expiring of April 30th, 2026. Jeffrey Lynn's term is expiring this year, April 30th, 2024, which accounts for our 3rd EQC vacancy. Also, EQC and PRC applicant Mehdi Gassemizadeh is listed as a D4 resident or District 4 resident in the staff report. And the application says a different district, D3 or D5, but Mehdi is a resident of D4. Just wanted to confirm that with you all. Lastly, I do want to highlight for the City Council that while we did receive more applications than we have vacancies, there were less applicants for Housing Commission and Library Commission than there are vacant seats. The City Council does have the option to ask applicants to serve on bodies that they did not originally apply for, and in anticipation of this, the City Clerk's office has provided the opportunity for applicants to express their preferences, and I'll show that to you in the next few slides. So for CSC here, we have 1 applicant expressing a preference, wanting to only be appointed to CSC only. That's Meredith Bergen-Bailey. I also want to highlight that applicant David Pollock is currently serving a Library Commission term that expires April 30th of next year. So please note that if David Pollock were appointed to the Complete Streets Commission, that would result in an additional Library Commission vacancy. For EQC, we had 3 vacancies and 8 applicants. 3 of our applicants have expressed a preference for EQC. One of them is an incumbent applying for a 2nd term. For our Finance and Audit Commission, we had 2 vacancies, 2 applicants, one of them expressing a preference for FAC only. For Housing Commission, 1 vacancy, 0 applicants. For Library Commission, 2 vacancies and 1 applicant who also expressed preference for Library Commission. And again, a reminder, if the City Council decides to appoint David Pollock to the Complete Streets Commission, that'll be 3 Library Commission vacancies total. And then last here, we have Parks and Recreation Commission, 3 vacancies and 4 applicants. 2 of those applicants have expressed a preference for the EQC. And then for Planning Commission, 2 vacancies, 2 applicants. One of them expressing preference for Planning Commission only. And to wrap things up, just a few more items here for the City Council to consider. When voting to fill vacancies, the City Council has the option to do a roll call vote by commonly used first name. This would be in alphabetical order with the mayor going last. Alternatively, the City Council could do a secret ballot. For this option, you would use Post-it notes on the dais to write down your votes. And for Councilmember Willison, your Post-it note would just be a text to me. And I will come around, collect them, and input them accordingly. And in either case, while voting, the City Council member will list a number of names for the appointment that's equal to the number of vacancies. In addition, each member of the city council also has the option to not select an applicant and leave a seat vacant. A person or persons achieving the majority of nominations will result in appointment by acclamation. And when it comes to the order of appointments, staff recommends going by number of applicants, which would mean beginning with EQC because they had the most and ending with Housing Commission, so that folks who are open to alternate appointments can be considered for vacancies that, as of right now, are short on applications. We could also proceed alphabetically or start with the Planning Commission first, considering that we did have our Planning Commission interviews at our last City Council meeting. Additionally, when it comes to term lengths, we can vote for the separate terms separately, individually. We can also vote for all vacancies at one time, and the City Council can direct the Deputy City Clerk to assign terms by a random drawing. And lastly, this is just a reminder that the City Council can direct staff to extend recruitment for a period of 2 weeks to fill any unappointed seats, beginning as early as tomorrow, if that's the City Council's direction. Okay, that concludes my presentation. I'm happy to take questions or open it up to public comment.
Councilmember Dorr has a question.
Yes, I know that someone reached out asking if they could maybe be included for an a commission that they did not originally apply to. Is that something that you can confirm, or something that we'd wait for the discussion to talk about?
I think that if there are any applicants present, it would be ideal for them to make a public comment indicating if they are open to other commissions, have preference, et cetera, if it's not in the staff report. Thank you.
At this time, Deputy City Clerk, I believe we should take the Planning Commission first.
Okay, and
but-
before that, would you like me to call for public comment?
Yes.
Okay,
Thank you.
my pleasure. I hope everyone's going to get used to the sound of my voice. Okay, anyone who'd like to make public comment on item F1, consider applicants and make appointments to fill vacancies on various advisory bodies. If you are joining us in the council chambers, please fill out a speaker card at the back table and return it to me. If you are joining us online, please raise your hand using the raised hand feature at the bottom of your screen. And if you are on a landline or cell phone, please press *9 to raise your hand. Okay, I have 2 hands, Mayor Taylor. Our first speaker will be Susanna Hill.
Hi, good evening, everybody. First time speaker, long time fan. I'm Susanna Hill. I'm terming off of the Finance and Audit Committee. I lived in Menlo Park. Lived in Menlo Park for 23 years, and I'm making a comment just to note that I am terming off of FAC, which wasn't on the materials, but wanted to let you know why I'm interested in being on the EQC. It's a long-term passion of mine, and I am electrifying my home and working now in a fellowship with the climate-based organization to advance future climate solutions. And I served on the Independent Redistricting Commission. And during that time, the topic of which parts of Menlo Park and which voters were going to vote and have some equity between those types of things were issues that mattered a lot. It was also a highly technical and complicated commission, so I feel ready to take on another complicated sort of a thing. And in addition, I wanted to express my commitment to civic service in general. And for instance, I'm on the board of the League of Women Voters of South San Mateo County, which, just to divert for a quick second, is a 100-year-old organization that is nonpartisan, working for the rights of voters, access to voting rights, and making democracy work. So quick ad to join that in this election year. In any event, wanted to express my interest in the commission, and looking forward to any questions and thoughts that you might have. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Our next speaker will be Jessica Bealey, followed by Matthew Raskoff.
Hello, members of Menlo Park City Council and the public. I'm Jessica Bailey, and I'm just wanting to express my interest in the Housing Commission as well. I know I am up for the Complete Streets Commission, but I would be honored to serve on the Housing Commission if that is an opportunity as well. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. And our next speaker is Matthew Raskoff.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council members. I'm very glad to be with you this evening. I'm a candidate for the Complete Streets Commission. I've been involved with this issue since moving to Menlo Park 4 years ago, mostly through the Safe Routes to Schools committee at the Oak Knoll School, but also through the citywide task force on safe routes to schools. And I think that's shaped my perspective on complete streets, which really, I think, gives a chance to expand beyond the needs of kids on our streets, but for all of us. And to me, the Middle Avenue project was really formative. I had the chance to make public comments and to bring a group from Oak Knoll and from other schools to the council. And I think there's an immense opportunity for more fully engaging with the community around these issues and helping folks to understand the broad benefits that complete streets might yield, not just to bikers, but also drivers and pedestrians as well. I think that's a great role for the Complete Streets Commission to support the staff and partner with the council and the staff in engaging more fully with the public and helping to kind of bring this policy to life through more community engagement, through more projects. One of the most rewarding things I've done at the Oak Knoll School is just lead a monthly series of community rides. Some of the council members have joined us, which we've loved. And it's a way to kind of explain what we're doing and do some advocacy, but also kind of build community around complete streets. And I think like that's really the potential. If you look at thriving cities and thriving streetscapes around the world, they do support engagement, they support community, they support inclusion, they support connectedness in communities. And I think if you look at the redesign of Santa Cruz, for example, it has immense potential to do that, and we could do that elsewhere in our city as well. So that's just that community building aspect to me is motivating, and I think thinking, you know, about safe routes to schools as a starting point, and then the broader opportunities that we have as we try to build a connected network, you know, of safe routes across the city. That's really what motivates me to be part of this. Thanks so much for the chance to make a comment.
Thank you for your comment. And this will be our final call for public comment on item F1. Seeing no hands, Mayor Taylor, please continue.
Thank you, Deputy City Clerk. And I will go with your recommendation of starting with the EQC first.
Okay, and did we want to do a roll call vote by commonly used first name, or did we want to do secret ballot?
I'm comfortable with roll call vote.
Okay,
Anybody opposed to that?
so I've got EQC up on the screen. For our Environmental Quality Commission, we do have 3 vacancies, 2 regular terms expiring or ending rather April 30, 2028, and 1 unexpired term ending April 30, 2025. Did we want to vote for the 2 regular terms first and then the unexpired term? We could also vote for all 3 at once and then do the picker wheel to let fate choose who gets what term.
Yes,
So we want to do all 3.
and we can pick after.
Okay. Understood. So for roll call vote, please list your 3 applicants. And I'm just going to need one more moment to set this up. There we go. Okay. Councilmember Nash.
So I want to first say it was a really difficult choice. We have so many talented people in the residents who are interested in commissions. And so with that said, John McKenna, Joyce Dickerson, Zachary Meyer.
Thank you. Vice Mayor Combs.
Thank you. I will echo Councilmember Nash. Statement. There's been very difficult, lots of very qualified candidates. And so I'll just go by last names. McKenna, recognizing that he is an incumbent and has served on the commission and I think deserves reappointment. I'll go with Meyer, who I believe is the youngest person who applied for the commission. And we talked a lot about youth. And so I think it's very important to recognize that in addition to his background. And Mr. Saad, I know that he has applied a number of times to the EQC, and I want to recognize that.
Thank you. Councilmember Wallison.
Thank you. I'm going to be voting for John McKenna, Zachary Meyer, and Susanna Hill.
Thank you. Councilmember Dorr.
Thank you. Appreciate all the folks that have applied to this commission. I am voting for Susanna Hill, John McKenna, and Zachary Meyer.
And Mayor Taylor.
Thank you. I'll be voting for Nabil, John, and Joyce.
Okay. So we have John McKenna and Zachary Meyer appointed. And then it looks like we have a tie between Nabil Saad, Susanna Hill, and Joyce Dickerson. In the event of a tie, we'll just vote again amongst those three, and the city council members will choose one. And I'm gonna set up a new screen, one moment. Thank you for your patience. Almost done. Okay, and for our final appointment, we had a tie, three-way tie between Joyce Dickerson, Susanna Hill, and Nabil Saad. Once again, by roll call vote. Councilmember Nash?
Joyce Dickerson.
Whoops, excuse me. Vice Mayor Combs?
Nabil Saad.
Councilmember Wallison?
Susanna Hill.
Councilmember Dorr?
Susanna Hill.
And Vice Mayor Taylor?
Nabil Saad.
Okay, we have another tie.
Could I actually change my vote? Would it be?
If that's okay with the mayor?
I'll change it to Susanna Hill.
Okay. Am I seeing nods from everybody? We're okay with that? Okay. The clerk thanks you. And so that's going to be Susanna Hill. So appointed to the EQC, we have Susanna Hill, as well as John McKenna and Zachary Meyer. Congratulations. And for term lengths, just confirming again, pick or wheel after the meeting. Note the council would like to discuss the term lengths in addition to the vote.
So I would think that the two that we originally selected Mr. Meyer and the incumbent, whose last name just escaped me, John McKenna.
John McKenna.
Would be the full term, and Ms. Hill would be the abbreviated term. I would only think, but if you guys think something differently, then please share.
Okay, I'm seeing nods, so understood. By acclamation, the city council has appointed John McKenna and Zachary Meyer to the 2 regular terms ending April 30, 2028, and Susanna Hill to the term ending April 30, 2025. Thank you. Okay, and from there, which body would we like to do next?
Complete Streets Commission.
Okay, I'll pull that one up. All right, for Complete Streets, we have 3 vacancies. Once again, we have 2 regular terms ending April 30, 2028, and 1 unexpired term ending April 30, 2026. And so perhaps based on the last vote, we'll go ahead and do our regular terms first and then our unexpired.
The same, we can do the same thing you
Okay.
just said.
Okay, understood. So 3 vacancies and 3 names then. Thank you very much. And we'll start with Councilmember Nash.
Thank you. Matthew Raskoff, Meredith Bergen Bailey, Athena Bai.
Okay, and Vice Mayor Combs.
Last names, Beely, Bergen Bailey, and Raskoff.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Wollaston.
Meredith Bergen Bailey, Athena Irakomos, and Matthew Raskoff.
Thank you. Councilmember Dorr.
When I first say that we can't see the votes on the screen, I'm not sure if we're supposed to.
That's a great observation. Here we go. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And I will vote for Meredith, Athena, and Matthew.
Thank you. And Mayor Taylor.
Thank you. I'll vote for Matthew Raskoff, Athena Irakomos, and Meredith Bergen and Bailey.
Okay. By acclamation, the City Council has appointed Meredith Bergen Bailey, Athena Irakomos, and Matthew Raskoff to the Complete Streets Commission. And now regarding the 2 regular terms.
I would recommend that the 2 with the 5 votes get the 2 regular terms.
Okay, understood. And so just to reiterate, Meredith Bergen Bailey and Matthew Raskoff have been appointed to the 2 regular terms ending April 30th, 2028. And Athena Irakomos has been appointed to the unexpired term ending April 30, 2026. Thank you. Okay, and which body would we like to do next?
Parks and Rec.
Parks and Rec. Thank you again for your patience. Okay, for Parks and Recreation Commission, we have 2 vacancies and 4 applicants. Both of these vacancies are for terms ending in April 30, 2028. Starting with Councilmember Nash.
Joseph Grass, Michelle Sherman.
Thank you. Vice Mayor Combs.
Joseph Grass and John Skelton.
Councilmember Wollaston.
Joseph Grass and Michelle Sherman.
Councilmember Dorr.
Joseph Grass and Michelle Sherman.
And Mayor Taylor.
Thank you. Mehdi Gaza Menzadi and Michelle Sherman.
Thank you. By acclamation, the City Council has appointed Joseph Grass and Michelle Sherman to the Parks and Recreation Commission. Congratulations. Okay. Which advisory body would we like to do appointments for next? We have FAC, HC, LC, and planning remaining.
Let's do FA, Finance and Audit Commission.
Okay. For Finance and Audit Commission, we have 2 vacancies, both regular terms expiring April 30, 2028. We have 2 applicants for these vacancies. And we'll go ahead and start with Councilmember Nash.
Colin Albright, Jackson Garten.
And Vice Mayor Combs.
Albright and Garten.
Councilmember Wollaston.
Albright and Garten.
Councilmember Dorr.
Albright and Garden.
Thank you. And Mayor Taylor.
Thank you. Colin Albright and Jackson Garden.
Thank you. By acclamation, the City Council has appointed Colin Albright and Jackson Garden to the FAC, both to regular terms ending April 30, 2028.
Let's do the Planning Commission next.
Okay. For Planning Commission, we also have 2 vacancies and 2 applicants. These are both regular terms ending April 30, 2028. And by roll call vote, Councilmember Nash,
Katie Baruzzi, Misha Sillen.
Vice Mayor Combs,
Baruzzi Sillen.
Councilmember Wollaston,
Baruzzi and Sillen.
Councilmember Dorr,
Katie Baruzzi and Misha Sillen.
Mayor Taylor.
Katie Baruzzi and Misha Sillen.
Thank you very much. By acclamation, the City Council has appointed Katie Baruzzi and Misha Sillen to the Planning Commission, both to regular terms ending April 30, 2028.
Thank you. Next would be the Library Commission.
Okay, pulling that one up. Okay, for the Library Commission, we have 2 vacancies and 1 applicant. If it would be helpful for the City Council, I do also have a spreadsheet showing which applicants did not express a preference and therefore we have considered open to being appointed to other bodies. If we wanted to look at that list and add to this list, that is something that we could do.
Yes.
Okay, let me pull that up. And so let's see, a few folks need to come off of here. Oh, pardon me. Here, let me go ahead and get this better prepared. Okay. I'm gonna pull this up now, and I'm also still running through to make sure that I haven't left anyone on here who was appointed.
Matthew was appointed.
Thank you very much. There we are. Okay.
Nabil was not appointed, but did Nabila only want to be on EQC?
Yes, I think, thank you for that. Nabil Saad did express preference for EQC or PRC. So we can actually go back here. This is our four who have not been appointed and who have not expressed a preference specific to the application, to the body they applied for.
I believe Jessica Bill had showed, well, she called in and said she'd like to be on the Housing Commission. So we can just appoint her to that Housing Commission.
Would we like to do that? Okay.
Yes.
Let's jump to Housing Commission. Okay. Mayor Taylor, we'll go ahead and roll call vote. Okay. Councilmember Nash,
Jessica Beely.
Vice Mayor Combs,
Beely.
Councilmember Wallison,
Beely.
Councilmember Dorr,
Jessica Beely.
and Mayor Taylor.
Jessica Beely.
Thank you very much. By acclamation, the City Council has appointed Jessica Beely to the Housing Commission, one regular term ending April 30, 2028. Okay. And removing Jessica Beely from that short list we had of folks who are not yet appointed and were open to alternate advisory bodies. We have Library Commission remaining. And at this time, would the City Council like to consider any of these applicants for the Library Commission?
So just so I'm understanding, these applicants all apply to the commission for which we initially considered them. And they did not express exclusivity with regards to that commission, but also then did not express openness necessarily to other commissions. Or they did express openness to other commissions in addition to the commission they applied for.
They did not explicitly express that they were open to other appointments. They also did not.
Yeah.
Essentially, the city clerk's office, we sent an email asking for everyone to give us their preferences by the end of the day yesterday.
I'll say, like, I'm, given that, like, we're not, it would be different if they sort of express some like affirmative interest in commissions other than the one that they principally applied for. Here, we're assuming that the lack of an indication that it wasn't exclusive means that, and I just don't want to sort of, you know, someone's sort of in a week or Friday say like, oh, I didn't know I was going to be appointed to the Library Commission. And so that's my concern. Why I don't think I would want to necessarily include these three names with the Library Commission applicant before we went back to them and said, hey, that there is an open position with the Library Commission, and you can affirmatively express that it's something you're interested in or not.
Through the mayor, if I may.
Yes.
If it is the preference of the City Council, we can certainly reopen recruitment specifically for the Library Commission if that's something that we're interested in doing to receive a few more applicants. And I believe Councilmember Wollaston's got a hand up as well.
Yes, Councilmember Willison and then Councilmember Dorr.
Thank you, Mayor Taylor. There's one applicant that I would be interested in seeing if he were interested, and that would be John Skelton, for the reason that the Parks and Rec and the Library and Community Services have a lot of shared resources and shared staff. And so I think it would be worthwhile to appoint him, and then if it ends up he's not interested, to go from there. So that's the one that jumped out at me. But if you all want to reopen recruitment, I'm fine with that as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Dorr? Okay, Councilmember Nash.
So I see Mr. Westcott in the audience, and I'm wondering if he would be interested in serving on the Library Commission.
Come to the podium, Mr. Thank you, Mr. Westcott.
I do want to acknowledge, and that I think helps a lot, that Mr. Skeleton was here and literally left like about 4 minutes ago. So, but I think I'm supportive of the direction Mr. Westcott is here, and he has expressed a desire to serve on the Library Commission. So I would be comfortable appointing him to the commission.
Councilmember Willison?
Yeah, I can't see who's in the audience, so I'm very comfortable with that. And I appreciate Mr. Westcott's previous service to the city and would definitely welcome him to serve on the Library Commission.
Thank you.
With that, would we like to proceed with the appointments for Library Commission?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you so much. Okay, for Library Commission, we have one regular term ending April 30, 2028, and one unexpired term ending April 30, 2026. Just want to confirm that we will go ahead with appointments and then designate term lengths afterwards, as we have for the other bodies. Okay.
Scott Schaefer and Brian Westcott.
Vice Mayor Combs,
Schaefer Westcott.
Councilmember Willison.
Schaefer and Westcott. And I would just add that I would encourage Mr. Skelton to keep applying. And I would encourage everyone when they do apply to, when you have a strong preference, that's great. But also if you can indicate other commissions that you're open to, that's helpful for us. Thanks.
Councilmember Dorr
Scott Schaefer and Brian Westcott.
and Mayor Taylor.
Thank you, Scott Schaefer and Brian Westcott.
Thank you very much. By acclamation, the City Council has appointed Scott Schaefer and Brian Westcott to the Library Commission. And for the unexpired term and the regular term,
I don't have a preference if you'd like to choose.
we can do the picker wheel.
Yes.
Okay. I'll go ahead and do that after the meeting. Thank you. And that does conclude our appointments. Thank you very much for your patience and your time. I'll go ahead and turn it back over to you, Mayor Taylor.
Thank you. Vice Mayor Combs?
Yeah, before we close out on the commissions, I just had a few words to say. The commissions are near and dear. I served on two before being elected to the city council, and I've had the opportunity in recent weeks to talk to a number of commissioners, not the applicants here today. I want to say that the commissions play a really important role in our local government, and I know it is advocacy and a passion for issues that lead a lot of residents to apply and invest what I know is can be a really amazing and large time commitment. I do also want to say that it is important that as a commissioner, you keep in mind that the idea is, even as an advisory body, to represent all residents of Menlo Park. And that issue that you are very passionate about, there are likely residents who are on the other side of that. And being in a government position is you saying that, I will certainly come to the table with my worldview and my perspective, but sort of step out of that and take the time to understand how residents who are not like you are impacted, how residents came to the conclusion to have a position that may be different from the one that you've taken. And so again, just based on some of my recent conversations, I do think it was in my small way important to reiterate that like, again, these are advisory commissions except for the planning commission. But you're a government official, and with that comes, like I say, an obligation to step outside of yourself and your perspective a little bit and make sure you're understanding how other residents in the city are looking at an issue, and even those who disagree with your position. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Vice Mayor Combs. Councilmember Nash?
I would echo that and extend that commissioners are ambassadors of the city, and also to be aware of your online posting. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Nash, and thank you to everyone that was appointed to the commission. We look forward to your work, and we also appreciate those who are not appointed. Please continue to stay engaged and active and apply the next time we have an opening. Thank you. And on to our next item, which is item G, a study session. Study sessions are an opportunity for city staff to introduce an item that will require policy direction from the City Council in the near future. City staff will provide a presentation. I will then call for public comment. After public comment, the City Council will discuss the matter interactively with staff. The City Council will not take an action on items addressed in study sessions. The City Council may provide direction to staff for preparation of an additional analysis or information necessary when the item returns to the City Council for action. The study session item is.
Mayor,
Yes.
Mayor, if I may, I know that we took things out of order, but there was a presentation that was, yes, and sorry about that, but if we could go back to the presentation, I think that might be what the
On the
intent was.
license plate,
On the vehicle license
vehicle
fee.
license fee.
Yes. If that, we definitely want to do that at some point this evening. We can, if you'd rather have the study session now, as you can see, there were staff members that jumped up to, they're prepared for the study session, but do you have a preference?
I will go to item E5.
Okay, great.
The next presentation is an update on vehicle license fees shortfall for Menlo Park. Here to make the presentation is our Assistant Administrative Service Director, Jared Hansen.
All right, thank you, Mayor and Council. Happy to be here today to talk a little bit about property tax in lieu of vehicle license fee and kind of give you a quick overview of what is going on here. So to start with, the purpose of this presentation is to provide a conceptual overview of the VLF shortfall in San Mateo County, local funding, Prop 98, and the administration of the local property tax system and the calculation of the VLF are complex processes based on detailed legal and financial framework, comprehensive description and explanation of which are beyond the scope of this presentation. So all examples that I'm going to give today are going to be simplified just for the explanatory purposes today. So we'll talk a little bit about property taxes, some school funding, and get into the meat of it with the property tax. So first of all, a little bit about property taxes under Proposition 13 and its implementing legislation. The 1% property tax levy is divided among all local taxing jurisdictions on a countywide basis in San Mateo County. Local school districts in fiscal 22-23 were apportioned approximately 52% of the general levy, with the rest divided among cities, county, and special districts. To simplify this discussion, the chart you see before you shows a 50-50 split between the school districts on one hand and city special districts and the county on the other hand. Because the vehicle license fee is a mechanism, a funding mechanism of vehicle license fee is intertwined with the manner of local school district funding, it's important to start with an overview of how local K-12 schools get funded. And historically, school district funding was primarily driven by the amount of local property taxes apportioned to each local district, as represented by the blue bars you see in the chart there of varying heights. In 1988, Proposition 98 obligated the state to guarantee that every district would receive a minimum amount of funding per student. This minimum funding guarantee was previously known as the revenue limit, but is now known as the Local Control Funding Formula, or the LCFF. And when a local district's property taxes are equal to or exceed the LCFF, and that's given by example D or school district D in this graphic, it's known as what's called a basic aid school district, which means the state has no obligation to provide any additional funding to this school district to meet its minimum funding guarantee, other than the constitutionally required minimum funding or basic aid, which is about $120 per student. School districts that don't receive sufficient local property tax revenues to meet the LCFF, and this is what you see with school districts A, B, and C, they're known as non-basic aid districts. For these districts, the state is obligated under Proposition 98 to provide additional funding needed by each district to fill the gap between that minimum funding guarantee, or the LCFF, and the local property tax revenue received by each district. And that's represented by the red brackets in this graphic here, that funding gap. Now, as part of the effort to address the state's budget crisis in the early 90s, the state created the Educational Revenue Augmentation Fund, or the ERAF, as an additional source of funding for local school districts to help meet that state's minimum funding obligation. So to understand how this works, we're going to go back to this 1% graphic with the 50-50 split among the jurisdictions. And the ERAF is a very complex set of calculations, but at a conceptual level, what it did is it shifted certain amounts of property taxes away from the city, county, and special districts and made those available to satisfy the state's Proposition 98 guarantee to fund the non-districts up to their LCFF. So we go back to the school districts one more time, and this is the funding prior to the creation of the ERAF, and we're going to now show what that looks like with that. So again, the state obligation is that red bracketed bar, what they need to guarantee. And under the ERAF framework, each non-basic aid school now receives an ERAF entitlement, which is represented by that orange block there. The state's still obligated under 98 to provide any additional funding needed to those non-basic aid schools to meet the LCCF. But because the ERAF allocation to non-basic school aids, that gap the state must fill is now reduced. And you can see that in examples of school districts A and B, or they're even eliminated in the case of school district C. And while this graph only represents a theoretical example of 4 school districts in a county, this is approximately the funding landscape that's in the vast majority of the counties across the state. And while there may be some basic aid districts, most districts across the state are non-basic aid. And even after ERAF is distributed to those, the state still has to provide that funding up to the LCFF. However, in San Mateo County, the ERAF entitlement is sufficient to fill each non-basic aid district to its local control funding formula, or in other words, all the school districts in San Mateo County as of fiscal 23-24 fall into the situation that's generally represented by either school district C or school district D. So what happens in school districts? Well, going back to that basic model, the school district is very dynamic. Multiple factors cause that gap in between the property taxes and that LCCF to shrink or even be eliminated and cause them to shift from being a non-basic aid school to a basic aid school. And there's two basic factors that fall into that, that cause that. The first factor is that the district's property tax revenues are growing faster than the LCFF, or that control formula. And this is by what you see in the blue bar here in C, where that is going closer to the LCFF, but the LCCF is not being raised equally. Second one is that the minimum funding guarantee, again, that's on a per student basis. It could become relatively lower because of lower enrollment caused by demographic changes or from disenrollment from public school districts. So what this does is it has the effect picked here again of a lower local control funding formula for school district C. So what's the result of all this, and how does this play out across all of these non-basic aid school districts? Well, what ends up happening, school district C now receives sufficient local property tax revenues to exceed the local control funding formula. It's turned basic aid, so this means the state has no obligation to provide any additional funding to meet that funding guarantee. Back to the other schools, school district A, still non-basic aid, but with just that ERAF now, it has sufficient funding to meet its guarantee, and the state has no obligation to provide any additional funding, despite the fact that it's still non-basic aid. And again, this is the case for all school districts in San Mateo County. School district B still requires that additional funding to meet the guarantee, but that gap is again reduced. And because of this change in dynamics with school districts A and C, the full ERAF entitlement is no longer needed to fund these districts to their local control formula. So by law, after funding non-basic aid schools to their LCFF, as well as other special education costs, any unneeded portion of ERAF, or what's termed the excess ERAF under the state statute, is returned to the contributing jurisdiction from which that revenue was originally shifted. Or in other words, that portion of ERAF is returned to the cities, special districts, and county. And note that the ERAF is returned to the contribute tax entity only after the school districts are funded to their LCFF amounts. So that means that if they meet their LCFF level either through their own property tax apportionments, they cannot receive ERAF by law, and so the funds are returned right back to the contributing agencies. So how does this all play into the vehicle license fee? Well, the vehicle license fee was the amount paid to register your vehicle in California. It's been a long-standing traditional revenue source for local government and a key component of the general fund budget, local services, including public safety, health, housing, and other critical services. But in 2004, the state budget compromise involved a complex set of measures and trade-offs, both at the state and local levels, to address a state budget deficit. And that's beyond the scope of what the full scope of this presentation, but significantly what ended up happening is that 2004 budget compromise included what's known as the VLF swap statute, which completely revised the whole framework regarding vehicle license fees. So key components for our purposes today, what it did is it basically decoupled the VLF revenues for local jurisdictions from the actual amounts that are received for license registration fees. And it became known as the in lieu vehicle license fee payment. And it's payable to local jurisdictions from the property taxes and from the ERAF entitlements of those non-basic aid schools who they're in turn filled by the state. And we'll describe that next on the slide. And the statute expressly provides that the VLF swap shall not reduce the returned or the excess ERAF. And now that VLF is tied to the growth of the local assessed values and no longer tied to what is collected by the state for registration fees. So as we start looking at what that does, what ends up happening, again, back to our example here, how this graphic depicts the state meeting its in lieu vehicle funding through the funding for local schools. So we'll start with that basic model again for K-12, or again, those non-basic aid schools. They're receiving their property tax apportionment and their ERF entitlements, and then the state's picking up that difference in between. So under the VLF statute, the local auditor controller who administers the property tax system, they use that property tax and those ERAF entitlements that would otherwise go to those non-basic aid schools to then pay the state's in lieu vehicle license fee obligation to the cities and counties. And that's illustrated by this green bracket here, the VLF in lieu. So we basically get that property taxes and their ERAF, that comes to us, and that fills the state's obligation to help pay our vehicle license fee. The state then goes back in and says, okay, well, we still need to fund these schools. So they backfill the schools on a dollar for dollar basis up to their full LCFF. Again, what's in red brackets here. The non-basic aid schools are held harmless in this process. Both before and after the VLF swap statute, they received their full LCFF. That's guaranteed by the state under Prop 98. And they still receive their minimum per student funding in both scenarios. Even though the VLF framework calls for the state's in lieu VLF funding obligation to be paid first, in the first instance from non-basic aid districts, ERAF and property taxes, the state still effectively pays the in lieu amount to the cities and counties because the state backfills the non-basic aid schools for every dollar of property taxes and ERAF that's used to pay that VLF, obligation. So in San Mateo County, again, our county, and there's only 2 other counties that this applies to, there's a shortfall created when that available amount of funding sources in the swap statutes are insufficient to cover the VLF payment obligations to cities and counties. So again, this is the phenomenon of the school switching from the non-basic aid over to the basic aid. And 2 examples will demonstrate how this works conceptually. So the first example here is the in lieu VLF obligation is $110 million, again, paid through the property taxes and through the ERAF of those non-basic aid schools, again, A, B, and C districts here. And that's more than enough to satisfy the obligation in this example. Example 2, what's going to end up happening is now school district C has shifted from being a non-basic aid school to being a basic aid school district, as described earlier. And because their school district C's property taxes and ERAF are no longer available because they're not going to be getting those anymore to fund the VLF. So in this example, now there is a shortfall. There's a $70 million available under the framework, which means that there's now a $40 million shortfall. And while VLF and the ERAF are just 2 sources of revenue, which were entitled, both are impacted by schools shifting and moving from basic aid to non-basic aid to basic aid. Again, the loss in the revenue is caused by a district turning basic aid. In this example, we're losing the $50 million from the school district C. That's greater than what our impact of the ERAF is of the 10 million. So we basically end up with that shortfall. So what happens when there's a shortfall? That's really the question that everybody wants to know, right? Well, the VLF swap statute does not specify how the state funds its in lieu VLF obligation when those specified funding sources are insufficient to satisfy the amounts owed to the city and counties. So if there's a shortfall, the county auditor controller files a claim with the state's Department of Finance and requests payments to the counties and cities. Again, there's only 3 counties and cities in those counties that experience that. This is San Mateo County and Alpine County and Mono County. All the other 55 counties and cities in the state receive their full annual VLF and amounts through the state's funding mechanisms that's in the VLF swap statute. And historically, the state's made the cities and counties whole by reimbursing those VLF shortfalls through special appropriations in the state's budget. And in years when they have not included that in the budget, the cities and counties have relied on state delegations and advocacy groups to have that be included for the reimbursement in the state's enacted budget. And again, because that dynamic is shifting, which they turn basic aid and are very variable, the VLF amounts and shortfalls in San Mateo County vary, and that's what this next slide is going to show. There's a a wide variety of differences in what the county is showing. The historical trend and current projections demonstrate that the VLF shortfall in the county is growing, and it will soon permanently exceed 100 million annually, growing to over 300 million in a decade. And this was provided, the information for all these numbers provided by the San Mateo County Controller's Office. And their website has a really good resource on the revenues that are collected. And you can go out there and grab that. So what does it mean for the city, right? Well, for the city of Menlo Park, the historic trend and current projections also demonstrate that that shortfall for us is going to be growing to approximately $8 million annually within the next decade. And that's kind of what we're looking at with the VLF shortfall for the city and where we're kind of at this point. That's really all I had. I know that was a lot of information to throw at you all at once. We're open to questions or anything that we can answer here.
Thank you for the presentation. And are there any clarifying questions from council before I go to public comment? Vice Mayor Combs?
Thanks for the presentation. You maybe had me 50 or 60% in, but at some point you definitely lost me.
It's a very complicated,
yes.
complex topic. So yes.
So how does like excess ERAF fit into that? That's not this, right? Does that still exist as a thing? Because I know that like in theory, we never budgeted based on getting excess ERAF, but this is different.
This is different. So the property taxes for the school district and the ERAF that's budgeted by the state that would basically took that county's portion, that's what's used to say, okay, now that is going to use to be paying to the VLF that the city would normally get. But if it switches to basic aid, that means there's no ERAF that's going to be available that the state needs to take. And that property tax is no longer available for the state to give to us to pay the VLF or to backfill that VLF for us. And so that goes away as a funding source for us. And current statute doesn't say, how is the state going to pay us? There's nothing in the state statute that says how they're going to pay us that difference that we need.
Okay, but okay, thank you.
If you think about it, there's a bucket of money here that's available, and the state can't draw from that bucket because that bucket's now moved to a different area, and that's not an available bucket for us anymore to pull from.
Yeah, but the money went somewhere, and essentially the state directed it in a different direction.
Correct.
And so, but in theory, the state has an obligation to make us whole.
Correct.
Right. But
and they always have. It's just there's nothing written in the statute that says how they're going to do it or where they're going to get that money from.
And so, like you said in the past, the avenues are, and I guess we're getting further into clarifying questions. So I'll make this my final question. That issue has been solved in the political sphere.
Correct.
With lobbying. Does San Mateo County or the impacted cities actually have a legal claim against the state? Or because the state is a superior governmental entity that it has the right to, it ultimately owns all of the taxes and the tax revenues and therefore has the ability to just say, Menlo Park, San Mateo County, go kick rocks?
That I don't have information on. I would look to the city attorney for more clarifying questions on that.
Okay.
Or
yeah, I am also not a state tax expert, so I cannot answer that question, but I assume the answer to your question is no, but we can further look into that if you'd like.
Thank you. Next is Councilmember Dorr and then Councilmember Willison.
Thank you. Given the shortfall, has the county proposed any next steps for the cities to to look at the shortfall?
So currently the last update that I heard from the county was about a month ago, but I believe the presentation was given to the city manager's offices more recently. So they may have more information, but the last I heard that the county was treading this fine line because of the state deficit right now of how much do we push, because it's an easy way for the state to basically say, oh, we can fill our budget with not giving you this money, right? And taking that time to say, okay, how much do I actually push? Because you really do owe us this money, and you should make us whole. Every other county has that opportunity. I don't know to the extent of how active they are, though. That again, I would probably look to see manager's office for that.
We are part of a very well-organized advocacy effort. Every year we make a budget request to the state in collaboration with all 20 cities in the county and the county. That doesn't mean that our shortfall is paid that year. Excuse me. We often receive the shortfall payments a year or even more later. So it's actually hard to plan budget-wise for those shortfall payments. But over time, we are seeing a trend here. So we're staying in close contact with one another right now.
Thank you. Are there any plans with the State Senator Josh Becker or others who represent us to address these issues in a more long-term policy way at the state?
The short answer is they are aware and involved as well. So they receive our advocacy letters and efforts as well.
Councilmember Willison.
Thank you, Mayor Taylor, and thank you for this really important presentation. Following up on Council or Vice Mayor Combs' question about ERAF, and this might be more for the city managers or someone who's been around for the last couple of years, no offense. I think actually in the past year or so, we have actually budgeted for the ERAF. And so to clarify Vice Mayor Combs's point, is the hit that we would be seeing in the upcoming budget the fact that the ERAF is going, or would it be a double hit that we don't want to, that we're not going to get this money and that we definitely should not plan for the ERAF as well? If my question makes sense. Then I have a couple others.
Yeah, I mean, I can't.
It makes sense to me, but then we could both be confused again.
Yeah, I mean, I can't speak specifically to how the budgets happened. First year going through the budget, so still trying to dive in and get all that information work through. But the only thing that this is affecting right now for us is simply the vehicle license, the in lieu vehicle license fee, and that's the only part that it's actually being reduced. But the regular ERAF that we would be entitled to, we're still getting our portion of that we would normally get.
Okay, so so then when we have the budget conversation, these are kind of two separate budget items, the vehicle license fee and the ERAF, is that correct?
Yes.
And I could add to that, we can shed more light on both of these topics during budget development. One thing about the VLF shortfall is what we're looking at for example, this current fiscal year, it's nearly 4% of our total general fund budget that we're talking about. So in that case, we are more actively planning in our budget for a more accurate VLF number. And that's what we're working through right now with our finance staff. But we'll shed light on ERAF as well.
Okay, yeah, I think that'll be important for us. Although I might be going outside of clarifying questions as well. Just so I have an understanding that I understood the presentation correctly. So this is happening in San Mateo County because our property taxes are increasing so fast and high that school districts that were non-basic aid are now jumping to basic aid, which then leaves that money gone. But what I get that for San Mateo County, but I'm trying to figure out what San Mateo County has in common with Alpine and Mono County, because I would almost expect it to be happening maybe in Santa Clara County or some other counties. can you help shed light just so I understand what's going on?
I can't speak to the other two counties as to exactly what's happening there. The only thing I know about those is there's only one incorporated city in one of those counties and the other one has no incorporated cities. So there's, I mean, one entity that's other than the county itself that's affected. But as far as with the city, yes, that is correct. With San Mateo County, because the property values are increasing, that means that money that would normally be available for us for the vehicle license fee is no longer available for us because now it's all being shifted over to the basic aid schools.
Okay, and then my final question, if I may, is you're showing the projection over almost like 8 or 10 years or something here, and that the trend is not looking good. Is it though? Is it a year-to-year situation unless there's a legislative fix? So if the budget at the state was looking really good, would be maybe not having to deal with. I know that's not like a sustainable strategy, but is this kind of like depending on how the state is doing, we may or may not get the money, and then this year, even though there's like a lobbying effort of the state, is this like a done deal for our upcoming budget, or is there still a chance that money could come in to make us whole for this coming fiscal year?
Those are all very good questions. What I can tell you is that the state has always made us past, or has always in the past made us whole. And in the current budget, there is no proposed funding amount to cover the 70 million deficit for the county of San Mateo this year. And because of that, we're looking at next year's estimated shortfall for the county, about 114 million overall, and going, okay, so if you're not putting it in this year's budget, what does that mean for next year's budget? And that's all I can tell you right now. But historically, they have, yes, made us whole.
So, oh, sorry, I have one last follow-up question. So were we expecting this money in the fiscal year that's ending, and we're actually running a shortfall for this current fiscal year, plus we have to plan for next year, assuming we're not going to get the money? Or the fiscal year that we're wrapping up now, are we okay because we thought this might happen? Or do we have a problem both for this ending fiscal year and for the fiscal year ahead? And that's I promise it's my last question.
A lot of good questions there. So currently for the current fiscal year, we are looking at the budget, and in looking at the budget, we did budget the full amount of the VLF, anticipating that the state would backfill and give us that 100% of our money. So at this point, potential shortfall, but I don't have full impact of that at this point.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Nash.
So this is happening for every city in San Mateo County as well as the unincorporated area. Is that correct?
Correct. Mm-hmm.
And how is the amount allocated to each entity? Is it related to our school districts, our school population, or?
I'm not entirely sure how the VLF amount is allocated to the city, other than it's based on the population growth that would normally happen in there, because remember, it got uncoupled from the actual registration fees, and it's based on the property values. And so there's a specific formula that goes into calculating how much we're due for the VLF. If I remember right, we are about 4% of the county's total VLF revenue. That's about what our shortfall is of the total counties, but I can't speak exactly on how the numbers calculated. Again, very complicated formula, and I'm glad I don't have to calculate that. I'll just say that. So
thank you.
Okay, I just want to add, and this is me speaking, and feel free to correct me if I'm wrong, but I do want to say that I imagine the shortfall as it relates to Mono and Alpine County is some degrees less than the dollar figure we're looking at for San Mateo County. And so to be clear, this is a San Mateo County very specifically, and distinguishes it from essentially every other county in the state. And I think to Councilmember Willison's point, property values, I think also could be at play here is stagnating or declining student populations also factor into that calculus, and then sort of throw things off. And so I do just think it is important to point out that like, you know, again, I don't know like the figures of Mono-Alpine County. I don't know if you know, but I think we can very much bet that for those counties, the shortfall is probably less than Menlo Parks alone as part of San Mateo County. And so I do think it's important to point out that, like, again, like I said, this is a San Mateo County issue, essentially where we are subsidizing the rest of the state.
Thank you. And if there are no more clarifying questions from council, we'll go ahead and take public comment.
Mayor Taylor, would you like me to go ahead and call for public comment?
Yes, please.
Okay, no problem. If anyone would like to make a public comment on item E5, please go ahead and fill out a speaker card if you're joining us in chambers today and return it to me at the clerk's desk. If you are online, please use the raise hand feature at the bottom of your screen. Or if you are calling in from a landline or cell phone, please press *9 if you would like to raise your hand. And this will be our final call for public comment on item E5, presentation update on vehicle license fee shortfall for Menlo Park. Seeing no hands, Mayor Taylor, please continue.
Thank you. Not sure if there are any other questions from council. We may have asked them all.
Yes, Mayor, and just as a wrap up, are there any other questions? Because I could just wrap up with one thing about this topic.
Please.
In that, you know, in terms of its, there's quite a bit of unknowns. I can say that this is in front of you on your agenda because there is a grave concern. Things are different than previous years, as the assistant director did indicate. The state has backfilled in the past. We do believe that this year is indeed different because of the extremely large deficit at the state level. And as the vice mayor just indicated, this is a San Mateo County issue. And so the rest of the state is not very sympathetic with some of the legislative fixes that could potentially happen. So we do believe it's different this year. We thought it was important to get a presentation out there so the council, community, staff are learning more about this issue. We will watch this very closely. Things will develop. We'll hope for the best, but we do feel like we need to start planning for what may not be the best for San Mateo County and the city of Menlo Park.
Thank you. And we will hear more closer to our budget time, or?
Correct. Yes,
Okay.
in the coming weeks.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you for the presentation. At this time, I'd like to go back to the item G, the study session, but just wanted to give a few minutes if council needed to take a break, short break. Okay. All right. We'll move on through. All right, so we'll go to item G, study session. Study sessions are an opportunity for city staff to introduce an item that will require policy direction. I did read this part a few moments ago. So at this time, we will call for our Library and Community Services Director, Sean Reinhardt, and our Library and Community Services Manager, Natalia Jones, to make the presentation.
Thank you, Mayor. Good evening, Council. Ms. Jones will deliver the presentation, and then we'll be happy to hear the discussion.
Direction for city-hosted events. So this is a photo from our Halloween hoopla. So just a little background. On September 20th, 2022, there was a city council study session on city-hosted events. On February 14th, 2023, there was an update on a proposed cultural and community events grant program. On February 13th of this year, there was another update with the schedule of community events that were planned for this year. And on March 27th, the Parks and Recreation Commission recommended updates to the event sponsorship policy. All of those were attached. And so we're asking the council for direction on what is the city's role in hosting events based on holidays of religious origin? Also, what is the role of community partners in hosting events that were traditionally organized by the city? Also, if there are any community events that city council may wish to add or modify, remove, or transfer to community partners to organize and for the partners to host. Also, what is the desired level of investment or cost in city resources and also in staff time that's spent to organize and host community events? And then also we're just looking for any other feedback or direction that's related to community events that the city council may wish to provide to us at this time. That's pretty much it. So just looking for direction from you.
Thank you. I appreciate the presentation and just bringing it back to the dais for any clarifying questions before we go to public comment. Deputy City Clerk Sandoval, can you call for public comment on this item?
I am happy to do that, Mayor Taylor. Anyone joining us in the city council chambers and anyone online who would like to make public comment on item G1, direction for city hosted community events and observances. If you're joining us in chambers, please fill out a speaker card and return it to the clerk's desk. If you are attending online, please use the raised hand feature at the bottom of your screen or press *9 if you would like to comment on item G1. Okay, we have one hand online. Just one moment, please. And our first speaker is Seamless Bay Area.
Oh dear. Hi, this is Adina Levin, a Menlo Park resident. I am not in any way, shape, or form speaking on this issue as Seamless Bay Area. I'm speaking as an individual Menlo Park resident. And I wanted to thank the City Council for taking up this issue. Overall, it is a good thing for the city to play a role in hosting community events and building up a sense of community in the city amongst the residents. As the city council in the goal setting process, I think talked about diversity and really the value of diversity in a city, I would urge the city council to think about how to live out those values in hosting events and thinking about how to make the city's support of community activities to be as inclusive as possible. As an individual, I am Jewish and do feel when the city is sponsoring activities that are really based on secularized Christmas and Easter, just a little twinge of not really feeling included. And, even though an Easter egg is like not celebrating the, Jesus and like significantly religious Christianity, it is still a secularized version of that, most common Christian culture. And therefore, I hope that the city is able to come up with ways of, broadly celebrating activities in a way that are not about secularized Christianity, but are things that everybody does feel included. I must say that in the winter, when it's very dark, I appreciate like all of the various different cultures celebrating lights in a dark time and, celebrating that. And, consequently, I don't really mind the Christmas tree, even though I feel a little bit unincluded. But if the city can figure out how to celebrate lights in a dark time in some other way, that would be great. And overall, please refine the city's policy in order to be as inclusive as possible, including engaging our commissions and our youth in figuring out how to do that. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. And this will be our final call for public comment on item G1. Seeing no further hands, Mayor Taylor, please continue.
Thank you, and thank you for the public comment. Bringing it back to the dais and seeing if there is any input from city council members on this item. Councilmember Dorr.
Thank you. I think as a starting place for this conversation, I know that the direction requested here is asking for more specific feedback, but what I find myself drawn to is a desire for a little bit more information from the city. Perhaps, a list of all the city-sponsored events that we host. I don't know if that was included in one of okay, it was included. Okay, it's there. But also maybe a list of staff hours and budgets that we spend on each of these events. Because I know that along with talking about inclusiveness of events, this item is also maybe a chance to think about, given budgets moving forward in the year, given the current year's deficit, what does that mean for how we show up with events? And so I find myself drawn to wondering if there are spaces where we need to just think about trade-offs of which events and how we approach those going forward. And so that's where my mind is immediately drawn as to wanting to understand what are the big ticket items where we want to focus on as a city, and where are places where we might have to make some decisions based on funding or based on how we think about partnership moving forward with other entities. And so that's just an initial starting place I'll share before we dive in. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Dorr. Any other? Vice Mayor Combs?
Yeah, happy to dive in. I would only say that because I think it's important to respond to that, I would not frame those trade-offs of that discussion as about exclusively community events, because then it's what gets traded. I know you've been a big advocate of having an additional sustainability person, right? So that's, I don't know what, $150,000, $200,000 a year. So why doesn't that get included? Why do we just sort of section off events and say that among this world we have to choose? And so I'm more than happy to have a larger, and I think it's valid to look at how many, how much overtime pay and all of those other things go in, so we have a clear picture of the cost. But again, the value I see in the city is immense. It's key to creating a sense of community. And so I wouldn't want to have a debate that exclusively focuses on community events. And I do want to, and again, I'm open to however the mayor wants to frame it. But I do want to respond to at least a bit the public comment, because I think I think it frames the discussion in a way that looks at it from just one point of view. And based on this idea of having some scenario or future state where everyone feels included. And so you can certainly look at it from a religious perspective, and that certainly is valid. But you can also look at it from other perspectives. Some people don't celebrate 4th of July. Some people say that their ancestors' independence wasn't enshrined on the 4th of July. And those people have a valid statement. So they say, why should the city celebrate 4th of July? Why should there be a 4th of July parade? But that's what I talk about. That's the road we go down when we talk about that, we have to frame these as a situation where where there is this mythic state where everyone feels included. And that's not going to ever happen. You have to make decisions. So I would say that the 4th of July is something that we should celebrate. But I would also acknowledge that as a city, that those people who say that that's not something I want to celebrate, that that's a valid statement to make. And so when we're talking about an inclusion versus exclusion dichotomy here, let's be clear, there are many different ways to look at it. And if you start including all of those different ways, you end up with nothing.
Thank you, Vice Mayor Combs. And since I wanted to add a few items to this list, I will go ahead and do so. One is I would like to add for St. Patrick's Day that we include, and this is definitely for next year, that we include a letter to the mayor of Galway from the mayor of Menlo Park. Make that a practice so that it happens every year. The next is for the next egg hunt or anything that the goal is to draw children out. My preference is that the city is the lead in those events. Let's see. I am not a fan of fireworks. However, light shows are possible, whether it is for a New Year's celebration or an Independence Day celebration, since we have two that we celebrate in Menlo Park. And I believe that library and community services may already do this, but just maybe a suggestion box at the events. I really feel, and this is after attending the Love Our Earth Festival, I would like to see more community engagement. And I'm not sure how to do it where it's not it's a burdensome process on staff, but maybe a suggestion box just regarding events only. What would you like to see? What was here that you didn't care for? Just things like that, just to get some feedback regularly. And as far as partnerships or sponsors, I think it's healthy to have local organizations co-sponsor an event with the city. But for me, it's more about staff capacity. So what is realistic for staff to be able to do? And as far as the upcoming 4th of July celebration, I believe you asked for feedback. I'm looking at the chart that was in the February 13th meeting. And so what I would like to see is if there was, and I'll call it a local parade. So if it was around the Burgess Park area, a parade here as opposed to downtown, and then having both pools, but because I believe both will be open, having an open swim. So nothing programmed. And at the moment, that's all I have. Councilmember Dorr.
Thank you. I appreciate the comment about ensuring our community events are inclusive for all children. And that's not just thinking about religion, but ensuring that the activities are can be accessed by multiple ages and different abilities. And I know that that's our city aims to be accessible, welcoming, receptive to different peoples. And so I am curious. I appreciate the light of the season orientation. I haven't had a chance to attend the last year, but thinking about, are we making sure that there's room for other faiths and other celebrations of light, along with the lighting up of the tree that could be expressed in that event. And I'm thinking about other small ways in the events that are specially oriented around Easter or around Santa and Christmas, if there are other ways to create even more inclusivity while keeping the heart and the joy that makes up the event and that has inspired families to come over the years can continue, while also making sure that folks who maybe have not felt represented in those spaces can also feel welcomed.
Thank you, Councilmember Dorr. And one other piece I wanted to add around the partnerships or as far as the community grants, to me, that should be determined after our budget for sure. But one way that's helpful, and I believe that Library and Community Service may already do this, and that is waiving permit fees, because I think that the cost isn't expensive, but as a way to assist the community member or group that wants to put on an event. Vice Mayor Combs?
Yeah, I just want to add, I'm supportive of the mayor's direction, specifically as it relates to the upcoming 4th of July. I know that's something city staff is focused on, given I think that it's the next big event, and supportive of. I know it's a challenge and resource intensive getting folks in a parade across El Camino. So supportive of this idea of the parade just going around the park. And so not having to worry about the extensive police escort that comes with, like I say, a group of kids and parents crossing El Camino. I would only, again, and I want to be clear, I am open to the idea of partnership with other entities, organizations. I think we have to set some standards, and I would not want that to happen necessarily from the dais. I would want staff to come back very clearly about what the partnership standards are, what goes into that. And I'll just kind of the two most recent example, or the things that come to my hand. At 2023, we partnered with the county for the egg hunt, but it was clearly something that the city was playing a very dominant role in the planning and the operations. Most recently, we partnered with the fire district union, and it was not clear what the city's role is. I won't continue to beat that drum, but it's just that what's the partnership? If we're partnering with someone, let's be clear and have a clear standard of what is the minimum city role for it to be something that the city considers a event. And I appreciate and understand that city resources are finite. They are not unlimited. But like I said, I am supportive of adding, again, of being additive. And if there is some sense that adding, there needs to be sort of trade-offs, I'm okay with that discussion. I'm not just sort of saying that we can't have that discussion. But also I don't want to, again, start from any sort of position that we feel that these events are somehow exclusive or not inclusive. And so, because again, like I said, I don't think that that's how I approach them or see them. And I think for the hundreds or thousands of families that participate in them, that's not how they see them. And I think the staff has historically in the city done a really good job of, again, like I say, not adopting where there can be considered some religious overtones, of not adopting that. Again, I think there are lots of cultural whatever events that if you trace them back far enough, there's all sorts of lineage that could come into place. But again, like I say, I do think the city has historically taken a really good position of trying to make these events, which, like I say, have a lot of value, as inclusive as you might expect. And so those were just some general thoughts I would want to share. Again, I'm supportive of all of this, like the summer concert series, the Halloween hoopla, the National Night Out, light up the season. Again, I know this year, like I said, there was the egg hunt that the fire department union put on, and then the following weekend we did a spring festival. I think again, it's probably not ideal that if we're talking about sort of resources, to have two kind of spring events. And so I do think that we should make a decision whether the egg hunt is something that is a city event or not. And if it is, then I think some of the resourcing that we then use for the spring event this year or the spring festival should be incorporated. into the egg hunt, which I think has historically been the case, or we can make the decision that the egg hunt is not something we want to do, and we do want to focus on this spring festival. Like I'm okay with that discussion too. I'd like to ensure that the egg hunt continues, because I do think it is, like I say, a really great community event. I know there has been some debates among local parents about how many actual Menlo Park folks are there, and maybe it's not a huge percentage, but it's a huge percentage of kids and a huge percentage of cuteness. And so I have always had fun at them. And so, but again, like I say, I appreciate that, and that there needs to be some, like I say, we can have a discussion about those trade-offs, and I think that's a valid discussion.
Thank you. I wanted to check in with Councilmember Willison to see if you had any feedback you wanted to provide.
Thank you, Mayor Taylor. I'll start with some broad comments. I too was looking at the city values that we discussed at our goal setting meeting in March. We talked a lot about current and future residents' values and priorities, having a city that was healthy, safe, to live, learn, and play, to exercise, to socialize, and to thrive. And our top rated values were inclusion and diversity. And so when I'm thinking of our big events, I want our big events to be big tent events where we're spending the most money and staff time. I think should be events that try to include people of all ages, from adults to kids to people of all faiths and interests. I really applaud staff for the Light Up the Season and the direction that's moving in. I saw in the February staff report that was attached, I think it was the February, maybe it was the January, sorry, the February 13th staff report that was an info item. It talked about the Light of the Season. It actually talked about that the tree that's currently lit is not doing well, and that the staff was looking into reimagining the lighting portion into maybe a winter walk of lights with ground floor lighting. I agree that lights are beautiful in the winter time. And I think moving this event into more about lighting up the season than about any one faith is a positive thing. I think that the spring fling idea is a beautiful one. And I think there was some confusion this year about multiple events. I would strongly encourage us to move in a broader spring themed event, again, to support what I said earlier. I think other types of events that could reinforce some of the values that we've expressed would be something like National Good Neighbor Day. I know that National Night Out, it's heavily about law enforcement. So I think more events to get neighborhoods together, things that can take place throughout the city. And I do like the idea of, given that Menlo Park's roots are Irish, maybe looking at some kind of like hometowny origin kind of thing. Again, I think anything that brings out kids, adults, music, families is lovely. I think given that some of our values and priorities are health, I'm so excited what the youth were talking about with the generational pickleball tournament. I think that's great. Maybe some sporty type event, or some all ages and abilities bike parade, visiting different neighborhoods in our city. I think there's so much we can do in this city that's not being done by other types of religious organizations or other community partners. With our, I know we can get dollars from other, city initiatives, but I think the city should be intentional about what our goals and values are. They are about bringing people together. To me, they're not about celebrating religion. And I think especially when there are churches and other organizations that can do these types of things, it's frankly inappropriate, I think, for our city to be leading on those events. I think it's an older way of thinking. I know people love these events. I don't mean to be difficult about this. I also want to thank Ms. Levin for frankly her courageous comment. And I want to just say that our members of our public, if they want to frame a comment or a suggestion or a point of view, given their lived experience, that is completely appropriate. And to have that attempt to be dismissed is offensive. And I appreciate being able to have this conversation. Another thing I think for our events is really looking at downtown and making sure that revitalizing, or not revitalizing, but bringing people downtown is another thing to look at. But I really, yeah, I don't see why trying to be inclusive is a bad thing. So those are all my comments. Thanks.
I'd just like to point out Menlo Park's roots aren't Irish. They're Ohlone, right? They're the native people that were here. So that's Menlo Park's roots. That's this region's roots. And that, so again, like I say, I just want to say that we all look at it from our own perspective. And I will continue to ask all residents, and including myself, to step out of your perspective, to step out of your bias that we all have of how we look at the world. And so again, someone of a native population would have heard you say that like Menlo Park's roots are Irish, and they would have had an immediate reaction.
Mayor Taylor, may I?
If this is going to be a continuous back and forth.
I would like to be able to respond to a comment that was directed toward me.
Go ahead.
Thank you. I fully support any kind of Native American celebration. I have to say, as a Jewish American that is living in a time with rising anti-Semitism, to hear that our points of view are dismissed and not deemed appropriate is outrageous. And I think that everyone has their lived experience, that African-American lived experience is important, that Native American lived experience is important, that all cultures and communities lived experience is important, and that frankly, Jewish American lived experiences are important. And to imply, you didn't say it, but this is how it felt on me, that what we're saying is wrong or is not okay is unacceptable.
I'd just like to say in response to the mayor's desire not to have a back and forth, then I won't respond, but I made no specific comments about anyone's religion or Jewish people or anything of the such. And I mean, we could have a discussion where we bring to the table like everything of which we think makes us different, like, right? Or leads into our perspective. I can very much tell you as a person, a man of color in a community that is not incredibly diverse, who walks into lots of rooms as it relates to my involvement in the city, as it relates to my work professionally, in which I am the only person of color, that I could sort of have that be what's inside of me at every moment. And I choose that's not how I want to engage in the world. But to be clear, I made no statements about someone. What I asked is for let's understand that there are other perspectives, and that you can make a point that looks at it from your perspective, but then there's someone else who has a different perspective that you didn't think of, because we all come with our own biases and perspective. And so, but I hear your outrage. I think it is It is against some red herring that wasn't actually reflective in the exchange that I have or the opinions that I have, which I still stand by. And if the idea, I'll only say, and this is in direction to like grounding this in our role as a city council, if the idea is that like, let's not do the egg hunt, or let's not do Christmas or breakfast with Santa, or let's not light a holiday tree or a Christmas tree, then that's fine. I would just like that to be stuff that the council votes on, so that it's very clear and communicated to the community that like, hey, we're not doing an egg hunt. We consider it's something that is exclusionary and not inclusive, and that's fine. What I don't want is a scenario where this becomes the council feeding sort of like some direction, and then staff picks it up and then things go away or things change. That I don't want. If the council votes and the majority is that like Menlo Park is not a community that does tree lightings, then that's fine. But like I said, I just want it to be a vote. We are not a council that does breakfast with, a city that does breakfast with Santa. That's fine. Let's just vote on that. Let's very specifically vote on that.
Thank you. And at this time, I will turn it over to Councilmember Nash for her input.
So I would like to go back to staff resourcing. And I think a lot of what we are going to do needs to be discussed, as has been said previously, as in the context of our budget when that comes forward. I am certainly willing to, I think it's a good thing for the council as a whole to be discussing which events we should proceed with, especially given the budgeting and resources, and which ones, where the trade-offs are. When we look at staff capacity, I'd like to make sure we're looking at both the direct costs and indirect costs. So the people who are the financial end, if that's something that's takes much time, paying the vendors, doing the cleanup, doing the setup, as well as all of the time I know that you put into actually organize these amazing events. Just that we look at the whole piece of it in making our decisions, if in fact the other pieces, or if there's enough there to make a difference. I think that the events would benefit by more publicity and outreach. They've definitely been advertised in the calendar and in the weekly digest. I think that it would be good to go beyond that and have more outreach, more publicity about the events, and specifically to residents, not to exclude non-residents, but really to focus this on getting as many residents involved as possible. And also, if these events, did you want? Oh, and also looking at the cost of any events, especially as we're talking about the summer and open swim, to make sure that those are not, I don't know if they can be no charge for going in, but at least very much reduced costs. I know that, I believe the pumpkin splash did have costs associated with it. So I'd actually like to see that, if that, or at least have a very deliberate decision on any fees related to that. And I think partnerships are good with, as has been said, an understanding of what the city's role is versus the partner's role, and also making sure that there's publicity about the event if it's something that the city's involved in. But thank you for all the work you're doing on it.
Thank you, Councilmember Nash. Councilmember Dorr?
One thought that came to mind as the comment of youth and adults came up, and it made me think of how seniors are involved in some of these celebrations, and if there's maybe particular outreach we can do to make sure that seniors know they are very welcome to come to the Halloween hoopla, just to see everyone dressed up, and wanting to make sure that there are spaces, especially for older folks, in the events that have been traditionally more geared towards children as well. So the whole community can come together. And I know that that is something that I do see in a lot of the events, like the summer concert series are beautiful and so well attended by, different folks or some of the other celebrations here. But that just popped in my mind. I wanted to share. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Dorr. And what I want to add at this time is that in addition to this list that the staff has put together and actually does, there are internal celebrations that happen at the Menlo Park Senior Center. There are tons that happen almost monthly. There are events that happen at MCC. There are events that happen at the Belhaven Child Development Center. So just to keep in mind when we talk about staff capacity and resources, I know we do not have a volunteer commission in the city of Menlo Park, but I'm sure that folks would love to volunteer for events, just something to consider. I prefer to see some of the workload be shared. And then that way, our seniors' voices are involved, our youth's voices are involved, including the councils. And in my notes, it says at this time, Mayor Taylor is supposed to recap direction to staff. But it would be helpful just to see, Ms. Jones and Mr. Reinhardt, what you heard from council. And you will see us eagerly nod, hopefully. Oh,
Well, first of all, I think we're both very grateful for the conversation that we just were part of and heard. There was quite a bit that was relayed over the course of this discussion. And again, all of it very helpful. We took many notes, but I think some overriding themes was that the city council desires to have an additional discussion in the context of the budget deliberations, looking at updated cost estimates, both indirect and direct, looking at holistically in the context of the budget in a discussion about potential additive aspects to events or trade-offs, and in addition, taking some clear, concrete decision making among the full council, even down to the level of perhaps specific events in the course of that discussion. There were many other details and nuances, but those I think are some of the highlights.
yes, thank you. And at this time, I want to acknowledge Councilmember Willison has her hand up.
Thank you, Mayor Chair. And I think Mr. Reinhardt actually just touched upon it. To Councilmember Combs's point, I think either tonight or potentially in the future when it comes to the budget conversation, I think it is important. Again, I don't want to put anyone on the spot tonight because I know this has been a charged conversation, that the council does provide direction one way or the other on the issue of these religious events and whether the light up the season is going to. Anyway, I'd be curious to hear everyone's thoughts on that. Again, whether it's tonight or at a future time, but I think it's important that the full council weigh in. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman Wilson. And going back to Mr. Reinhardt's follow-up, just want to check with the rest of the dais to make sure that all of your feedback was included. Councilmember Nash.
I'm not sure I heard it, the outreach and publicity piece.
Thank you. We did capture that, and absolutely we will address that when the item comes back.
And if I don't know if I saw this on any list, but I think it was last year, there's an inaugural public works open house. It'd be great. I don't know what sort of cycle, if that's every 2 years or every year or something like that. But again, that's a fully non-religious, it's public works. No religions, no gods involved in that. And it was a really
Although
great.
it was on Yom Kippur, just have to
Let's not have it on Yom Kippur, to be very clear. Unless we can incorporate that in a way that's respectful to all communities. But yeah, I don't, it would be great to see, like I say, something like that, which I think was sort of a natural result of staff's desire to share with the community some of the things that they do, especially with younger folks in our community, I'm very, again, like supportive of like efforts like that. So, and that is one who definitely, again, I know Mr. Murphy is of the position that we just hit the right amount of people because everyone can have a good time and a kid could stay at one of those stations for almost as long as they want. But I think there could have been a few more people. And so I think that that's definitely one of the events that could have benefited from a little bit more marketing.
Thank you. I did just glance over at the Public Works Director and she gave thumbs up on doing everything you just said.
Well, thank you everyone for your input and thank you staff for listening attentively and also for your presentation.
Thank you.
The next item on our agenda is item H, which is our consent calendar. Under the consent calendar, the City Council may take action to approve routine business items in one motion unless a City Council member, city staff member, or a member of the public requests that an item be discussed or continued to a later date. Deputy City Clerk Sandoval, do we have any public comment on the consent calendar?
Thank you, Mayor Taylor. At this time, we are open to public comment on our consent calendar, which includes item H1, adopt a resolution authorizing the city manager to execute an agreement with Bigbreak LLC, DBA Chefables in an amount not to exceed $155,000 per year for the delivery of food services at the Belle Child Development Center. And item H2, receive and file audit reports for the fiscal year ended June 30th, 2023, and the auditor's report on the calculations of the appropriations limit for fiscal year 23-24. If you would like to make a public comment on either of these items, please fill out a speaker card at the back table and return it to me at the clerk's desk. Or if you are attending online and you would like to make a public comment on our consent calendar items, please use the raise hand feature in the bottom of your screen or press *9 now. This will be our final call for public comment on items H1 and H2. Seeing no hands, Mayor Taylor, please continue.
Thank you, Deputy City Clerk Sandoval. Are there any questions from City Council members on any of the consent items? Well, I will entertain a motion.
I will motion to approve these two items.
I will second it.
Thank you so much. I have a motion on the floor from Councilmember Dorr and a second from Councilmember Nash to approve the consent calendar. Any further City Council questions or discussion at this time? Okay, seeing none, we will proceed with roll call vote. Councilmember Nash?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Combs?
Yes.
Councilmember Wollaston?
Yes.
Councilmember Dorr? Yes. And Mayor Taylor?
Yes,
Thank you. The motion passes unanimously.
thank you. The next item on our agenda is regular business. Under regular business, the City Council considers recommendations from city staff on policy matters or administrative actions that require City Council approval. The first regular business item is item I1, approve the commitment of $3.6 million of the BMR Housing Fund for Habitat for Humanity, Greater San Francisco. Their proposal to acquire the property located at 335 Pierce Road for the construction of affordable for-sale residential units. At this time, I am recusing myself from this agenda item because I am an employee of Bellhaven Action, a nonprofit organization that may be partnering with Habitat for Humanity on this project. I will now turn the meeting over to Vice Mayor Combs for the duration of this item.
Thank you, Mayor Taylor. Thank you. I was going to say, Ms. Sandoval, you're going to have to help me. It's been a minute since I've done this. So we will go to the staff for the staff report. and come to the dais for any clarifying questions, and then open it up to public comment. And then, okay, so staff report.
Thank you. And good evening, members of the City Council, staff, and members of public present online and in person. My name is Adam Patterson, and I'm a management analyst with the city's housing team. I would also like to introduce at this time Housing Manager Tim Wong and representatives from Habitat for Humanity, Greater San Francisco. In attendance, Robert Smith is present here tonight, and Ashley Spooner Choi is present online. And tonight we're going to talk about Habitat's Notice of Funding Availability proposal related to 335 Pierce Road. Next slide, please. 335 Pierce Road is an approximately 0.36 acre site located in the Bellhaven neighborhood. It currently consists of a fourplex and an adjacent vacant lot. This site was identified as a housing opportunity site number 60 in the city's certified housing element update. Next slide, please. Some background on the site. In 2015, Mid-Penn Housing Corporation purchased the land with the intention of developing affordable housing. In January 2021, in response to the city's 2020 Notice of Funding Availability process, Mid-Penn submitted a proposal requesting $3.6 million in available below market rate housing funds to develop affordable housing on the site. This proposal was for 12 two-bedroom ownership units affordable at the low income level, which is 80% of the area median income, or AMI. In November of 2021, City Council held a study session to further consider the proposal and directed staff to use that $3.6 million in funds for this project. After further due diligence by Mid-Penn, Mid-Penn chose not to move forward with the project. Currently, Mid-Penn is negotiating to sell the land to Habitat, and a letter of intent has been executed between the two parties. Next slide, please. As part of the process of purchasing the site, Habitat will submit its own development proposal. And although it is preliminary and final details will be determined in the design process, the proposal will consist of 8 to 10 ownership units with 2 to 3 bedrooms per unit, also affordable at the low income level, 80% AMI, and incorporating sustainability and energy efficiency. It'll also follow the typical Habitat model of sweat equity from the future homeowners, 0 down payment, 0% interest mortgage loans, and home buyer education courses. Habitat has submitted its own proposal, NOFA proposal, for that same amount of $3.6 million in BMR funds. Next slide, please. Habitat would use this funding to purchase the property and to cover some pre-development costs. And the city is one of several sources for which Habitat will be securing funding for this project, including $1.5 million from Santa Clara County through Stanford's Affordable Housing Fund, and an application for funding from CalHome expected in June 2024. And as mentioned previously, Habitat is still doing its due diligence, so the design and financials are preliminary, but the approximate cost of the project shown here also shows the city's contribution per unit with an assumption of 10 units. Next slide, please. This proposal aligns with a number of policies and programs that are included in the city's housing element update. They're listed here. For example, with the proposed 2 to 3 bedroom units, it aligns with policy H4.3, a variety of housing choices. And the city also has identified the need for larger BMR units as part of the housing element. And as mentioned previously, it was identified in the housing element update as housing opportunity site number 60. Next slide, please. On April 3rd, 2024, the Housing Commission made a recommendation. The City Council approved this commitment of $3.6 million in BMR funds for the Habitat proposal. If City Council were to approve staff's recommendation tonight, staff would work with Habitat to return a funding agreement this summer, as Habitat plans to also close escrow on the property this summer and would like to complete that funding agreement before that. The construction timeline is estimated to begin in fall 2025 and be completed in fall 2027. Next slide, please. So in summary, staff recommends that City Council approve this recommendation to commit $3.6 million in BMR funds to Habitat's proposal and direct staff to return with a funding agreement. This concludes staff's presentation. Habitat is present and would like to speak on behalf of the proposal, after which staff and Habitat representatives are available to answer questions. Thank you.
Good evening, Vice Mayor. Good evening, council members. We don't have an additional presentation beyond what you have in your packets and what staff have presented, but we did want to say thank you to the City Council for hearing this item and for staff for the support and work that they've put in to bring this to you this evening. Myself, Robert Smith, project manager from Habitat, is available for questions, and Ashley is available online virtually as well. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Mr. Patterson, Mr. Wong, and the Habitat for Humanity team. Are there any clarifying questions from the council? Okay, seeing none, Ms. Sandoval, we can call for public comment.
Yes, thank you, Vice Mayor Combs. If anyone would like to make public comment on regular business item I-1, approve the commitment of a $3,600,000 below market rate housing fund for Habitat for Humanity Greater San Francisco, proposal to acquire the property located at 335 Pierce Road for the construction of affordable for sale residential units. If you would like to make public comment and you are in the council chambers, please go ahead and fill out a speaker card at the back table and return it to me. If you are joining us online, please use the raise hand feature in the bottom of your screen or press *9 if you are dialing in from a landline or cell phone. This will be our final call for public comment on item I-1. Seeing no hands, Vice Mayor Combs, please continue.
Great, thank you, Ms. Sandoval. So bringing it back to the dais for more substantive discussion, if there are any comments. I couldn't see Councilmember Dorr.
Thank you. One curiosity, thank you so much for this proposal. It's great to see. And it very much aligns with our goals of ensuring there is low-income housing throughout our city, but especially, throughout our city. For this project, I know there's a mention of relocation of existing tenants. There's one current tenant who is in the existing fourplex that will be demolished. I'm curious what Habitat for Humanity has in place to ensure or to support residents who may have been displaced by this project or by other projects in the area are able to come back and be on the short list, for example, for these units.
Yeah, thanks for the question. Habitat are working with MidPen and working with staff to make sure that we meet the requirements of the relocation and displacement guidelines that you have for the city. In the marketing of our units, we target market to specific groups within the area, and the tenants that have been displaced are available to go on that list. And of course, we will meet the live-work preference of the city as well.
Thank you.
Any other? Yeah, Councilmember Nash.
So in the staff report, or actually in the application, it discussed understanding and clearing antiquated site restrictions, easements which are no longer required are important next steps. That will be done prior to purchasing the property?
Yeah, that would be done as part of the due diligence for the site acquisition. There was a former easement on the property for a street that was abandoned by the city. So that would be the kind of due diligence that we would conduct to make sure that abandonment was no longer on the title for the land, so that we weren't encumbered by for example, a 20-foot easement that was no longer required.
All right, thank you.
Cool. I'll add just as comments. Again, this proposal seems in line with at least the direction that MidPen was going on initially with the parcel. And so, and obviously understand that for a number of reasons, they felt that it was not something that was their expertise. But as you look at the sort of affordable housing spectrum, the missing element so much is that ownership. That ownership option. And here we have it. And so even doubly supportive of us continuing on this track. And I think that we're actually somewhat fortunate that Habitat is willing to sort of step in, again, given, like I said, that Mid-Penn came to the conclusion this wasn't their strong suit. So that's overall my thinking. And we do need a motion here, right? Because you want actual action. So certainly don't want to close off any additional discussion or debate that the council wants to have, but I'm also open to entertaining a motion.
One other thing I'll comment on quickly. I appreciate in the application you mentioned that given that it is close to the 101, there's a need to mitigate air pollution and that it could be mitigated through building air tightness as also energy recovery ventilation. I would also hope that there is some outreach to secure HEPA air filters for residents. As we know, air quality has a huge impact on health outcomes for community members. And so appreciate the intention there and would love to ensure that folks can breathe clean air. Thanks. And I would be happy to let someone else move if you would like to move.
So I was just following that same line. These will be all electric, 100% electric. That's fantastic. And again, love the fact that they're ownership units. I will go ahead and make the motion to move this forward.
I'm happy to second.
Okay. Deputy City Clerk, we have a first and a second.
Yes, thank you, Vice Mayor Combs. We have a motion from Councilmember Nash and a second from Councilmember Dorr to approve the Housing Commission recommendation to commit $3,600,000 of BMR housing funds for the Habitat for Humanity Greater San Francisco proposal to acquire the property located at 335 Pierce Road for the construction of affordable for-sale residential units. And to direct staff to return with a funding agreement for the $3.6 million commitment. Any further city council questions or discussions? Okay. With roll call vote, Councilmember Nash,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Combs,
Yes.
Councilmember Willison,
Yes.
and Councilmember Dorr.
Yes.
Thank you so much. The motion passes with Mayor Taylor recused.
Okay, thank you. Thank you all. Okay, I think we can have the mayor return, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Welcome back. Everything's still in one piece. I didn't break anything.
Thank you, Vice Mayor Combs. The next item on our agenda is item J. Wait a minute, no. The next item on our agenda is item I2. And at this time, I'd like to introduce our Senior Transportation Engineer, Christiane Choi.
Hey, good evening, Mayor Taylor, council members, Christiane Choi, Senior Transportation Engineer with the city's Transportation Division. And let me just start my presentation. Okay, so tonight my item is on introducing and waiving the first reading of the speed limit ordinance. So a brief presentation. I'll first go over the policy context and recent changes in state law, and then go over our findings for identifying safety corridors and business activity districts within the city, and then conclude with our next steps. But before we get into the policy discussion, just wanted to share these images of why it's important to talk about managing speeds on our roadways. As you can see from these images, as speed increases, the driver's cone of vision decreases. So at the slower speeds, a driver can see a lot more of the roadway, and they can see potentially the pedestrians and bicyclists towards the sides of the road. And then as the speed increases, they see less of the sides of the road and just really more the center of the roadway that's right in front of them. So the city has a number of policies about speed and safety within our circulation element. And this includes the Vision Zero policy that was also kind of updated in our Vision Zero action plan to include eliminating traffic fatalities and all serious injuries by 2040. The California Vehicle Code sets the procedure and requirements needed to establish speed limits on all roadways. And so if a local roadway doesn't have a default or prima facie speed limit, then the jurisdiction is required to do a engineering and traffic survey to establish and enforce speed limits. Those surveys are valid for 5 years, but then they can be extended to 7 or 14 years with specific conditions. So in the past, cities were limited to reducing the 85th percentile by rounding down by 5 miles per hour once. But now with recent state law changes, we're allowed to consider further reductions of 5 miles per hour, depending on whether we can identify safety corridors or streets with high concentration pedestrians or bicyclists, but no more than reducing the speed or setting the speed limit no more than 12.4 miles per hour below the 85th percentile speed. In addition, the state law now allows for prima facie speed limits of 20 or 25 miles per hour for streets in business activity districts. So regarding the safety corridors and high concentration of pedestrian and bicyclists, the CVC has outlined the criteria on how to identify those types of streets. So for the safety corridor, we need to follow the California Manual of Uniform Traffic Control Devices and our Vision Zero action plan that you recently approved in January had gone through a process to identify a number of streets within the city that were had the most injury, serious injury, and also fatal collisions. And these were identified to also be called our high collision corridors. And these follow that the Manual on Uniform Traffic Control Devices in terms of identifying safety corridors. And together with that and the 85th percentile speeds identified in the engineering and traffic survey, we determined those streets could have speed limits reduced by 5 miles per hour. Then there's also streets that would generate high concentrations of bicyclists and pedestrians. And we looked at those streets. These are ones where they could be adjacent to places where they have employment, senior centers. They could also have retail uses as well as long as they have some type of pedestrian or bicycle facilities. And so in table 1 of the staff report, it identified the streets that qualify under these 2 categories and also the proposed speed limits. Then for business activity districts, the CBC also outlines the conditions that are needed to determine whether an area is considered a business activity district. it needs to meet 3 out of the 4 conditions shown here. That includes that at least 50% of the properties facing the roadways are retail or dining businesses. They should have on-street parking, and then either have traffic signals or stop signs on short blocks or marked crosswalks that aren't controlled by a stop sign or traffic signal. And staff has identified that the downtown area would be considered a business activity district, and we've identified Menlo Avenue and Santa Cruz Avenue between Merrill and University to be signed and posted at 20 miles per hour. So staff's recommendation is that City Council introduce the ordinance tonight to establish the speed limits as designated on the safety corridor streets and the streets with high concentration of pedestrian and bicyclists, as identified in the staff report and in the draft ordinance. And then establish the 20-mile-per-hour speed limits on those designated streets in the business activity district. And then we also included the speed limits that had been set from the engineering traffic survey that the council had approved in 2020. So tonight would be introducing the ordinance, and then the plan is to have a second reading on May 7th, and then install the signs starting in June and likely continuing into July. The ordinance would not go into effect until July 1 this year. And that concludes my presentation. Happy to answer any questions.
Thank you for the presentation. And bringing it back to the dais, are there any clarifying questions from council before we take public comment? Right, at this time, Deputy City Clerk Sandoval, do we have any public comment on this item?
Thank you, Mayor Taylor. For anyone who would like to make public comment on item I2, introduce and waive the first reading of an ordinance setting speed limits on certain streets. If you are in the chambers with us, please fill out a speaker card at the back table and return it to me at the clerk's desk. If you are joining us online, please use the raise hand feature at the bottom of your screen. Or if you are calling in from a landline or cell phone, please press *9 to raise your hand. Okay, Mayor Taylor, we have 3 speakers. Our first speaker will be Adina. Just one moment while I share our timer. Adina, you should be able to unmute.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Thank you.
Okay. Yes, sorry, I am walking and having a little trouble reading the list while walking. At any rate, wanted to very much thank the City Council for considering this item in the context of the city's Vision Zero and other strategies and plans to improve the safety of our city for people using all modes of travel and people of all ages. And I'm just really glad to see this moving forward. I did have some questions in terms of the list of streets, because there are some items where it seemed like there might be some logical reductions that are not being listed. In Chilco and Constitution are still listed as 30, and it seems like there's some other streets that are have gone to 25, and I'm wondering whether that makes sense. On Middle Avenue, where we're implementing a variety of safety improvements, keeping that as 30 seems not so consistent. Let's see. Also on the list in Valparaiso, there's something where part of the street is proposed for 25 and some for 30, and that does not make sense to me. There might be some other potential as well. Another more general comment that I wanted to make is I was really glad to see the staff research that showed how there were other cities that had changed the posted signs, and that really helped in reducing injuries and fatalities and speeds. I was previously didn't know whether just only changing the signs that it would improve things, and it seems to from those case studies. Changing the signs alone is not enough for an overall strategic change. It's really important in the long run to change the street design to really more change the behavior to make it comfortable to drive at the appropriate safe speed. However, since it seems that changing the speed does have an impact, I really strongly support it, and support it as part of a much longer term strategy to also change the street designs to improve safety. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Our next public comment will be from Randy Avalos.
Good evening. Thank you. So just 2 points. One's data, one's about presentation. So the California Manual on Uniform Traffic Control Devices, their guidance for safety quarters is to have a jurisdiction use 3 to 5 years of the most recent crash data to determine safety quarter based on fatal and serious injury data. So it looks like the Menlo Park study is from 2017 to 2021, and I hate to admit it, but it is 2024. And normally that wouldn't be a big deal, except in 2020 we had that COVID started, and that had a systemic shock to travel patterns. Caltrain is still around 30% of pre-COVID ridership. So using this 2017 data to 21 data will bias to pre-COVID patterns instead of actual patterns today. So it would not be great to change around 20% of city streets if those are the wrong streets. Can we have a better impact? And it's going to take a lot of buy-in from the city, just to be compliant, and we want to have good results to show for it. The second bit is the presentation. So it was fairly hard to follow the documents because it's tables listed with streets. Our highest collision street is El Camino, but it's kind of, you don't get that from reading the list of tables. So a map would be quite helpful, showing what streets are going to be changed, what segment they are in. It's a safety corridor or it's a high generation site. That's why we're changing it. Overlay the high collision corridors, overlay the fatal and serious injury collisions, and of course, speed distributions if you have them. So that'll help link the reasoning with the actions. It'll show the why. Why are we doing these decisions? That's going to help with buy-in from the community. But also, it's a good reference for the future. Like, we changed X, Y, and Z 2 years ago. What are the impacts we can show from that? It's an easy reference. It's powerful for community alignment and for building long-term results. So see if you can update that data to more recent data to remove that pre-COVID bias, and then mapping would be quite helpful for the community. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Our next speaker will be Pam Jones.
Good evening, Mayor Taylor, Vice Mayor Combs, council members and staff. My name is Pam Jones, resident of Menlo Park, Bellhaven neighborhood. And I want to thank the staff for the presentation. And I also want to thank Mr. Avalos for pointing out that the data being used could be misconstrued as being outdated, especially at the time when it was done. I have consistently been concerned about the Chilco between Constitution and Terminal, and requested that it be lowered to 25 miles an hour on numerous occasions. We now have 2 high-rise apartments that will be populated soon, and we want people to ride bikes and to walk, and that means there's going to be additional foot traffic and bike traffic on Chilco. Because we can't assume that the people that are living in the apartments are going to go over the Marsh Road overpass in order to to do their shopping and so forth, or as a matter of fact, to get in and out of the area, for work and so forth. And we know that Chilco is considered a cut through traffic. But given the fact that at that turn, that's about an 80-degree turn, we have the crosswalk to the Meta Park, that we have pedestrians that cross over there. And that it just seems to me that if we're going to encourage people to ride bikes and to walk in Menlo Park, we have to make it safe to do so. And even though the way the road is made, so it's, you really have to jump the curb, it's really easy to be driving fast enough to jump the curb and to hit a bicyclist or a pedestrian. Now, if you're not going to change it and you haven't already scheduled doing a survey, I strongly request that you do so before the end of the year. Don't wait until we have a problem, but as soon as those apartments are online, we need to know what effect that's going to have, not just on Chilco, but on our other streets. And that includes where Chilco and Hamilton intersect, that we have a sign that's been up there for, I think, somewhere around 30-ish years, saying no right turn between the hours of 3:30 and 6, I think it is. And nobody sees that sign anymore because it's so old and it's been there for so long. And we know that when there is something that is always in our line of vision and has been there for a long period of time, that the brain no longer sees it. So maybe part of the reason for people running that sign and turning left is because your brain doesn't take it in anymore. So I hope that as a bike city, that we do consider safety when it comes to Chilco and between Constitution and Terminal. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. We have one more hand up. Jenny Michelle will be our next speaker.
Thank you so much, dear Mayor, Vice Mayor, council members. I'm Jenny Michelle, D3 resident, and a mother of a 4th grader. Personal comments: I commute and transport myself outside of a vehicle as much as possible. However, I do still drive a non-compact vehicle and understand the inherent danger I pose to public safety the moment I enter the roadways. In other words, for clarity, I wear many hats and share several perspectives on sharing the road. I support reducing the speed limit wherever possible and further SB 961. For the record, we live on Willow Road next to the VA. Almost no one ever goes the posted speed limit of 25 miles an hour. Menlo could help fill these funding shortfalls by enforcing violations based on income sliding scale. And this is an artery for all traffic types. So I support enforcement on our street with raised crosswalks and removing on-street parking to expand the bike lane to include steel or concrete bollards. Thank you for your service and time.
Thank you for your comment. And this will be our final call for public comment on item I2. Seeing no more hands, Mayor Taylor, please continue.
Thank you. And thank you to everyone who provided public comment. And just wanted to check in, Councilmember Willison, did you have your hand raised earlier?
Thank you, Mayor Taylor. Actually, the timing's good because it's kind of following up on some of the questions that were also asked by members of the public, particularly around speed limit on the table in the staff report that has what we're going down to, and questions around the ones that aren't being lowered. I believe some of them had been lowered previously, but if there was an opportunity to lower them even further, particularly the ones like Chilco, Constitution, Middlefield, Valparaiso, some of the ones that are are going to stay at 30 being proposed, if those can go to the 25 that some of the other streets are having. That's my first question. Then I have a few other questions.
Yeah, so staff did look at those streets, and because of the 85th percentile speeds that were identified in the engineering traffic survey, they're not able to reduce another 5 miles per hour.
Doesn't the new law allow that?
So in some, it's I think, I don't know if I mentioned it, but in the my presentation, you can only reduce up to 12.4 miles per hour below the 85th percentile. So if you go beyond that, then it's not in compliance with the vehicle code. And then I don't think I mentioned this, but they can either qualify under the safety corridor or the high concentration for pedestrians and bicyclists. You cannot do both.
Okay. Thanks. My next question has to do with the downtown business activity district, which I find very exciting, that we can kind of make a slow zone where we have like a ton of people walking around. I know that with Springline and our station area, kind of downtown is kind of broadened. And I'm thinking Oak Grove kind of is part of that downtown. And I saw that there were some specific criteria to qualify for that type of lowering to the 20. And I'm wondering if staff considered Oak Grove as well. And I'm thinking almost to Alma, and what staff's thoughts would be on further reducing that. If because I don't see it as a recommendation, but I'm curious if there is council support for that, if that's something that staff would be comfortable with.
Yeah, so we did look at Oak Grove, and I think it could be considered a part of the business activity district. Some of the, parts of the street aren't all or doesn't have a lot of retail and dining business, but I think if we were to consider the extension up to Alma, that we could consider that whole segment, we could look at that as being 50% retail and dining businesses as a whole. And so that could be something we could consider if the council would like to add that.
Thank you, Ms. Choi. Mayor Taylor, would you like me to weigh in on my thoughts now, or do you want to just take questions at this time?
At this time, let's take questions.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Nash?
So I'm glad we have the answer on Oak Grove. I think that that's really important. One other piece on the downtown is it possible to extend on Santa Cruz Avenue rather than stop at University to actually go to Johnson? Because that's where there's the realtors, there's the church, there's a park on the other side.
Yeah, I think that we could consider extending to Johnson if that's what the council prefers. I think if we were to look, right now we consider Santa Cruz, we're looking at El Camino to University as one segment, but if we just extend to Johnson, then it's definitely meets the 50% criteria for the retail and dining businesses.
Thank you. I would certainly advocate for that since that's the residential portion starts at Johnson. I will hold other comments, questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Dorr?
Thank you. Apologies, I'm still a little bit confused about Chilco and about Constitution. Given the new state laws, are you suggesting that they don't fall into safety corridor or high concentration of pedestrians or bicyclists? Because I'm confused because the change from 30 to 25 is just that 5 miles an hour?
Yes, so it's in conjunction with the engineering and traffic survey. And so because the city council in 2020 had approved lower speed limits, that kind of already is taken into effect with the speed survey.
Okay, and what was it before? on those streets? Do you know?
I think
40.
Choco was 40 and Constitution was 35.
40 to 30. Okay, got it. Thank you. And another question here to a comment that someone made earlier. Do we have 2022 data or 2023 data for collisions or for usage?
I'd have to check on that. We based it on the Vision Zero Action Plan, which was just done last year. So, yeah.
And I'm curious, given that that was just done last year, I know that it takes some time to get in the data and to process things. Is the state going to be happy with us using 2017 to 2021 data? Is that fresh enough for them to have it considered with all these requirements?
Yeah, I think they're looking at, the recently available data that we have.
The 5 most recently available years. Okay, great. And those are my questions. So I will stop there.
Thank you. Let's see what questions I have. I believe they've been asked already. I do have a question, and this is about a public comment from earlier, and this was about daylighting crosswalks. So I'm just thinking about especially areas that have a higher speed. Is it possible to have, and I don't remember if it was how many feet between the crosswalk and then where the car comes out?
Yeah, so I think that's a recent law in terms of parking's not allowed within 20 feet of a crosswalk.
Okay. And then just going back to Chilco and Constitution and Terminal and the increase in population there expected, not just from the new residential, but also from the hotel. So just thinking about between the Chilco, between Constitution and Terminal, take that off the table for the moment, but just thinking about Constitution near the residential area, that should be 25. So I don't know what the speed limit was or if it was ever lowered.
Yeah, the city council did lower that one to 30 as part of the 2020 approval.
So that was before, that wasn't with the idea of making residential areas safer. So now in this spirit of making a new residential area safer, isn't there an opportunity somewhere to lower the speed limit to 25 in that area? And there's a school in that area too?
Yeah, so we took into account all of those considerations in conjunction with the engineering and traffic survey. So that's where we had to cap it at 30. I think in order for the speed limit to be enforced by radar, we'd have to stay at 30.
And just thinking about, I don't know the number of apartments that are there, but I'm just thinking if there's 600 units there, there's potentially 1,200 residents there. And having a speed limit at 30 when we're promoting biking and walking seems hazardous, especially if we're close to Marsh Road and the number of high collision accidents that are at Bayfront and Marsh. So I don't know if there's a waiver process, just thinking about the number of people that are going to be living there.
Good evening, council members. Nikki Nagaya, Deputy City Manager. So I very much appreciate the questions and the interest in trying to lower speed limits, particularly in residential areas, as low as we possibly can. Under the state law, in the California Vehicle Code, which when you extract it is like 7 pages of text that is very complex in how all the different sections interact. We're confident that to be legally enforceable, the 30-mile-an-hour zone on Constitution is as low as we can. The state does not have any further waiver processes or other mechanisms we can use and still have the speed limit legally enforceable. So I know that's not what you want to hear, but the overall complexity of how you measure actual travel speeds, nuances about how you round the numbers up or down, and then apply these new state laws on top of that. 30 miles an hour is as low as we can and still have them be legally enforceable.
Thank you. Councilmember Nash.
Thank you. Is it possible to redo this, to do enforcement there, get the speeds down to 30, redo this, the study, and then further reduce it? Assuming that that it actually shows that it's around 30, so then we can reduce it from there.
So we can theoretically always do another study. However, we can't guarantee that the speeds will be lower. And so we did see, and we've heard other agencies experience their most recent travel surveys, the speeds have gone up. And so even though we're attempting to then, from a safety perspective, have them be lower, we can't guarantee that that's what will actually be measured.
Just one question. Is every place we have a posted speed limit in the city legally enforceable? Because I thought that there were some places where we had speed limits that posted that we knew were not technically legally enforceable.
Yeah, so as part of the analysis that we did, we looked at the streets that the council had approved back in 2020 that were at the time wouldn't have been legally enforceable, and they do meet the criteria to get those to be legally enforceable today.
But so since we've gone to that well before of posting signs that are at least sort of implementing speed limits that we understood or believed to not be legally enforceable, could we do that with Constitution? Like, could we post 25 miles an hour and just accept that it would not be legally enforceable?
So yes, and I think then we have just general concern about what message that conveys and which signs the community thinks they can, which are optional and which are not. And then it sets our police officers up to not really be confident in issuing citations on those streets, because if they're challenged, they essentially are thrown out of the traffic court system. So then from a resource prioritization perspective, it's very difficult to then have police presence out there issuing citations, because then the ripple effect is that you don't have the ability to actually defend them in traffic court when they get challenged.
I have a question about the table 1, O'Brien Drive, Kavanaugh to University. Is that East Palo Alto?
No, that's still within the city of Menlo Park.
Kavanaugh Drive to University, or is it Adams Court to University? I think that street is East Palo Alto because there's a city sign right there, East Palo Alto city sign.
So O'Brien Drive is within the city of Menlo Park, but Kavanaugh, you're correct, is in East Palo Alto. So this is just denoting O'Brien between Kavanaugh to University Avenue is the section applicable there.
Okay.
Sorry, we read these tables all the time and they can be confusing to everybody else.
Is there a way, since the Vision Zero plan and the speed survey were all based on the same data, it sounds like, is there some type of data refresh? So the next set of data just automatically updates what the city has, so it's current? It continues to be current?
Yeah, so that's a great question. The engineering and traffic survey was done in 2019 last, and then the data that was used for the Vision Zero plan, the collision data specifically, was from the 2017 to 2021 period. So they were overlapping, but they're discrete and separate data sets. One is measuring speeds on the ground, and the other is the collision data kind of pattern history. We don't currently have plans to refresh the Vision Zero data. that's a fairly large undertaking to go through the analysis of all the crash history. We do have plans and programs in place where we're reviewing collision incidents as they occur, but to do the citywide analysis and prioritization of the high injury corridors was a multi-year effort with consultants on board with a $100,000 contract to do that work on our behalf.
Thank you. Councilmember Nash?
What is the current speed on Haven Avenue? I don't see it on this list. Does that mean that it's 25?
It's 30 miles per hour. So that was one of the ones that is part of the engineering and traffic survey. So was set at 30.
So is that possible to reduce that, since again, there's many residents there and it's a really gnarly street as it is? And there's going to be more construction there and more projects there.
Yes. Yeah. So similar to the Constitution and Chilco questions, we looked at that location as well, and just based on what was identified for the 85th percentile speed, the 30 is the designated speed limit.
I have one last question about data capturing the next, I guess, 4-year period. The last data is from 2017 to 2021. So the next set would be 2022 to 2026. And then how, this is just projecting, how do you see using that information to look at the speed in those areas again? Or will it be?
Yeah, so the next time we would look at speeds would be when we update the engineering and traffic survey. And so I think Christiane quoted the specific timelines for when those expire in the presentation, and we can pull up those dates again. They're generally good from between 5 and 14 years. So that would be 5 and 14 years from 2019. And so that's the time where we would go out, collect speed data, reassess, and potentially have to update the ordinance with changes at that time.
And is any of that the time determined based on increase of population? Like if you change from an industrial to a residential, is any of that included?
Yes, and that's factored into our analysis now, and it would be in the future as well.
Okay, thank you. I don't have any other clarifying questions. Councilmember Willison.
Thank you. Following up on Mayor Taylor's question, is there a risk that if we were to reassess the speeds and they are shown to go higher, that we would be forced to increase our speed limits?
So I believe there's a something in the CVC that allows for, if you don't want to erase them, you could leave them at the previously approved speed limit. So you could,
the worst case in redoing it would be the status quo. And then my other question is it possible, so we all know that speed limit signs are one piece of a larger puzzle of controlling speeds, but even we have enforcement as well, and then road design is a huge component of how people perceive streets and how fast they go. So are there plans, or can we direct staff to look at plans, particularly on some of these corridors that we don't have control over lowering it, sounds like, Constitution, Chilco, to do traffic calming measures? And what would be the time frame on implementing those? Because I would think that we would want to get those in place before we redo a speed survey, because that will naturally lower speeds. And I know there's many ways to do traffic calming, from visual cues to actual physical items.
Yeah, thank you for the question on traffic calming as well. So I think the place that would be ripe to kind of talk through priorities for those projects would be in the capital improvement program. So there's an informational item also on tonight's agenda on that front. And then as we come back through the budgeting process, there would be opportunities to look at prioritization there. But as you all know, there are a number of transportation projects that I think have the council's collective priorities over the last several years. So yeah, happy to reprioritize at your direction, but that would be the place to do so.
Okay, that's extremely helpful, and I appreciated that info item, and I look forward to having that conversation as it leads into the budget. And then, Mayor, if I can just go with my comments now, does that make sense? Okay, thank you. So, as I mentioned, I think that this is hugely important. The speed limit lowering, one of our council priorities is safe streets. So I'm very happy that we're undertaking this measure. I realize that there's some residents that see this as an inconvenience. It can be challenging to try to drive safely, but like on Santa Cruz Avenue. But then all I like to do is see all those kids out there biking and walking. And I think we all just need to remind ourselves that larger community and what we're trying to accomplish here, a place where people can get out without fear of death. I also think that in terms of the data being old or pre-pandemic, sadly, as we've been kind of discussing, speeds and fatalities have been increasing since the pandemic. And so I think that the fact that we can lower to these levels is a good step. And like I said, I'd like to see us design our streets so that it's more natural for people to do that. One street that I'd be curious about speeds right now would be Middlefield. Since we made it one lane in each direction, if that has impacted, because that's a real kind of pre and post opportunity for us to see if narrowing the width of that street had an impact on the speeds. And maybe there is an opportunity there to lower that speed even further. So I really just appreciate all this. In terms of the downtown zone, I fully support Councilmember Nash's suggestion to include up to Johnson. I would like to include Oak Grove up to Alma as well. So I'm hoping we can have support to amend the ordinance to do so. And then finally, I'd like to, as kind of a next step or future step direction for staff, is to look at places in the downtown area where we do signage. Either it can come later. I'd like just the speed limit signs to go up, but I'd like for us to have this lower speed in the downtown area be something, a feature, not a bug, and really use it for some placemaking, alerting our residents and visitors that this is an intentional effort to make our downtown more walkable and hospitable for people to congregate. So kind of a welcoming to downtown signage, reminding people that we are intentionally lowering the speed limit. So thank you. And like I said, I'm really excited about the CIP conversation moving forward.
Thank you, Councilmember Willison. I have one last question, and that is where is it? Here it is. How are speed limit sign placements determined?
So thinking like where along the stretch of road, so as you like enter a corridor or come into a neighborhood, how do we determine where to place a sign?
Anywhere in the city.
So generally, to try to zoom out and give an answer that's detailed enough for to be hopefully satisfactory, but generally we're looking at signing the beginning and end of each segment that's identified. So like in the example we talked about earlier, O'Brien from Kavanaugh to university, we would generally want to sign the beginning and the end in each direction to kind of bookmark that segment. There are other cases where you may have more signs depending on the length of corridor, but that would be kind of the rough like minimum.
Thank you. One of the reasons I asked is because I've just noticed placement of signs in places where I don't know if folks actually see it. So, and if it's on a block, so how much, and a block isn't referred to as a segment, it's probably a part of a segment. It's usually at the beginning of the block, but not at the end is what I see. But just was curious. And then the question is, since CIP is on as an informational item, does it make sense to have a speed feedback sign where there's a speed limit sign? Or is that just one unit?
So yes, that's a good question. The speed feedback signs usually are co-located with a speed limit sign, but it also depends on the very specific characteristics of the location and also like whether the pole can physically accommodate the size of the sign and not impede the sidewalk or some other things like that. So there are some nuances where we have to double check that things actually fit. But generally we try to co-locate a sign with the speed limit and the feedback sign as well.
Okay, and then one last question. This is something the city has control over, is where the speed limit signs are located.
Yes, on city streets. So long as we're talking about streets in our jurisdiction, yes, we place the signs. On particularly in residential areas, one of the big constraints that we often see is trying to place them at property lines so that we're not putting signs directly in front of a residence, which is not necessarily what you like to see in front of your home. So that can often limit the number and placement of signs as well.
Okay, thank you. And just my feedback is I'm supportive of the council direction. I'm supportive of Councilmember Nash's direction, Councilmember Willison, everyone's. Thank you. Councilmember Dorr.
Thank you. 3 short comments. One, appreciate this note that others have shared of signs without enforcement, without traffic calming or safer bike and walk infrastructure or design changes won't do the trick. So really eager to see those other things done. One of the public commenters at the very beginning of this evening mentioned daylighting and wanting to see more protected intersections, wanting to see longer walk times so seniors can get across streets safely, things like that. So really eager to see how this plan for the speed limits will also be combined with other measures to improve road safety. Second, would love when the second reading of this comes back to have that map that one of our commenters mentioned. That is really helpful. And I know that folks have really appreciated the Vision Zero action plan maps. And so it'd be helpful to see all this laid out in that plan. And third, we've talked about some of the streets that are currently 30 and can be lower. So Oak Knoll, Santa Cruz, from El Camino all the way to Johnson. Excited to see those both added to this list. But for those that cannot be included, which include Chilco, Constitution, Valparaiso, and Hayden, and maybe some others that are pretty residential, it would be helpful if staff could come back with a list of those streets and what other traffic calming measures can be done to help reduce speeds. Well, we can't do the speed limit change. Are there other things that can be done or that are already planned through the Vision Zero action plan and the transportation master plan to improve safety of those roads as well? Thank you.
I agree with what has been said and have nothing more to add.
Councilmember Willison?
Yeah, I don't know if there's any more comments or discussion, but I'd be happy to make a motion for at that point. But I know Councilmember Combs or Vice Mayor Combs hasn't weighed in.
I'm supportive of the direction I think we're about to take.
Do you want to second the motion?
Can I make the motion first? So,
Yes.
okay, because I want to make sure I have all the details in there and make sure. And then it's to introduce and waive the first reading of the ordinance setting speed limits on certain streets with the modification of the business activity district to expand the Santa Cruz Avenue section up until Johnson Street and to add Oak Grove from University to Alma. So that would be the official motion. And then I'd also like to include direction, which I don't know if I should do that after the motion. But I want to see support, if there's support for some direction as well.
So you don't want the direction a part of the motion?
Oh, I guess I'll tell you the direction and then staff can say if it should be part of the motion. The direction would be to ask staff to look into how to make the streets that we've been discussing tonight, which I think include Chilco, Constitution, Middlefield, Valparaiso, and Haven. And if I'm missing any, to include those as well, the ones that we kind of can't go to 25, to have them come back with suggestions on how to get those so that speeds could travel 25. And then in addition, to look into placemaking signs in the future for the downtown slow zone or whatever, and come back with recommendations on what that would be. So there's the ordinance, and then there's kind of two other directions on how to, what their suggestions would be on slowing down vehicular traffic on the streets that we can't do the speed limit, and then on the downtown zone.
While staff is discussing, I think I will chime in. I generally can be supportive of that direction. My one question would be for staff as it relates to alternative measures for looking to slow traffic down. Like, is there some list that exists someplace else? Because I think there are some, items that immediately come to mind, speed humps or whatever. And I know that there have been requests that have come in. I know I may have made a request or two, and I know it exists somewhere on a list. And so that would be my only concern, that like, if we're talking about those alternatives to slowing speed, utilizing some of those standard measures or mitigations that those streets that have already been identified are in that mix to some degree, so we can see that whole picture if it exists. But overall, supportive of the direction, supportive. I think, and I generally can take, I think a bit of a contrarian view a lot when it comes to some of our changes to the transportation infrastructure for our city than a lot of my colleagues. But the one which I think we're aligned is that, like, slowing traffic down, slowing cars down. Like, there's no need for you to get where you are going as quickly as you think you need to get there. And so whatever we can, again, I know there's, as it relates to the speed limit, totally in favor of it. I know when it comes to some of the other mitigations or tools, there's just some, the school is still out on like how effective they are in general. But that aside, I'm 100% supportive of like slowing cars down across the city.
Thank you for the questions and comments, and for giving us a minute to confer while you started. So I think overall, the last time we were before you with speed limit changes in 2021, you had given direction for similar investigatory efforts to reduce speeds on Middle Avenue, and that's manifested into the Middle Complete Streets project. So I just want to make sure that we can clearly communicate like the level of effort that you're envisioning here. We do have some ongoing programs, and that's the Vision Zero Action Plan implementation, re-envisioning the neighborhood traffic management program, where I think we can take the streets you've mentioned, Valparaiso, Chilco, Constitution, Haven, and Middlefield, and look at how those could be addressed through those existing programs, and where they're not, report back and explain what we can do and what would be beyond our current efforts. As you know, we have some staffing constraints in the team right now, and so I just want to make sure that we are able to prioritize the things that you want us to prioritize going forward. So I think that Vision Zero Action Plan is the place where we can do a first pass and then follow up if there are things that we're not able to look at going forward.
So just a follow-up question. Do you want the direction in a motion, or you just want the direction?
I think we can take the direction from the council. I was seeing 5 head nods through the last statement. So I think the vote on the ordinance would be the last thing for tonight.
Okay. Thank you, Ms. Nagaya. Okay, and thank you, Councilmember Willison. And we have actually, I think 2 more. No comment from you. So 1 more comment from Councilmember Nash.
The expectation on the timeline is, as stated in the report, that July 1st is when all of this would be implemented. And the idea is to hopefully have the speed limit signs, except for Valparaiso, which requires coordination with Atherton. But those signs hopefully will be up and posted by July 1st, and then this will actually be implemented July 1st.
That's our goal. I think we're working on a number of projects, so we will do our best to get as many in as we can before July 1st. There's also language in the CBC that there's a grace period for drivers where you can issue citations for the first 30 days. So we have to work through all those nuances, but we will get as many up as we can before the end of the fiscal year.
Just to follow up, going back a few conversations ago, just checking in, Councilmember Willison, did you make a motion to approve this item?
I did make a motion with the modifications to the business activity district to expand those locations.
Thank you. And Deputy Clerk, did you need anything else for the?
I would just need a second if we would like to go ahead with a vote.
I second.
Okay, thank you so much. We have a motion from Councilmember Willison and second from Vice Mayor Combs to introduce and waive the first reading of an ordinance setting speed limits on certain streets to go into effect on July 1st, 2024, in accordance with state law, including modifications to Business Activity District, 1, expansion of Santa Cruz Avenue to Johnson, and 2, addition of Oak Grove from University to Alma. Any further City Council question or discussion? Okay, by roll call vote, City Councilmember Nash.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Combs.
Yes.
City Councilmember Willison.
Yes.
City Councilmember Dorr.
Yes.
And Mayor Taylor.
Yes.
Thank you. The motion passes unanimously.
Councilmember Willison?
Thank you. I just wanted to clarify one thing. Ms. Nagaya, you mentioned that you saw heads nodding for the direction on the, I think you were speaking about the traffic calming part. But I'm also wondering if you saw heads nodding, because I can't see everything on my second part of my direction, which was about the placemaking signs for that downtown kind of slow zone. Or if staff has received kind of a go ahead to pursue that as possible.
So I was speaking just about traffic calming earlier when I said I saw 5 heads nodding. It did make a note that I saw at least 3 for the slow zone. Just confirm that
Okay.
before we wrap up tonight. I think that would be helpful. Okay. Yes. Great. Thank you.
Great. And Mayor, I just want to clarify that if there is 3 or more council members, staff would be researching that. We'll have to report back on what it would take to actually execute on that at all. Okay, just to make sure.
Yes.
Thank you. And Mayor Taylor, at this time, I'm actually going to log off. And I apologize for coming in late and leaving early, but I appreciate you all for being there.
Thank you for your participation, and I hope you feel better. Thank you. Moving to our next agenda item, which is item J, informational items. Informational items are transmitted to the City Council in staff's effort to provide an update on matters of importance to the City Council. Informational items are not action items. However, a council member, a city staff member, or a member of the public may request to make a comment or ask questions on any of the informational items. Deputy City Clerk Sandoval, do we have any public comments on these items?
Thank you, Mayor Taylor. If anyone would like to make a public comment on our informational items this evening, which are item J1, City Council agenda topics, item J2, transmittal of city attorney billing, and item J3, update on the city's 2024 to 2028 capital improvement plan. If you are in person in the City Council chambers, please fill out a speaker card and return it to the clerk's desk. If you are joining us online, please use that raised hand feature in the bottom of your screen. Or if you are calling in from a landline or cell phone, please press *9 to raise your hand. This will be our final call for public comment on informational items J1, J2, and J3. Seeing no hands, Mayor Taylor, please continue.
Thank you. And bringing it back to the dais and checking in with City Council members to see if there's any comments on the 3 informational items, J1, J2, or J3. I have a comment on J3, Vice Mayor Combs. Do you have a comment on any of the informational items? Okay, and I will make this quick. My first comment is I would like to add, and I see that the Belhaven Child Development Center is already on the list, but it looks like it's the exterior of the building. So I'm just thinking about the play structures and the fact that I'm thinking about the play structures and the fact that there's no shading. So I wanted to add that to the list. This next item is the property on Ivy and Willow Road. I have no idea what the address is. Let's see, and that is all.
Mayor, if I may,
Yes.
I just wanted to double check with what your intent is by adding those 2 items.
The first one is, while I was at the Belhaven Child Development Center, I just noticed that the play structures are older and they may already be on the list. I didn't have a chance to research that.
No problem. I think maybe I am happy to follow up with you.
Okay.
Tonight's report was meant to just be an update on
Oh,
already
okay.
funded projects,
Yes.
the upcoming CIPs coming in a future agenda. So I think we can take note of those things that you commented on tonight as we come forward with the future CIP.
That works for me.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Yes, for both items, that works. Thank you. All right. Moving to our next agenda item, which is item K, the city manager's report. And to introduce this item is City Manager Justin Murphy.
Yes, thank you. So just a couple things to highlight. One is upcoming Peninsula Restaurant Week. That's a partnership amongst a number of organizations up and down the peninsula. Menlo Park's participant in promoting that, and there are 9 restaurants located within the city of Menlo Park that are active, and those be great to patronize them from April 19th to April 27th. PeninsulaRestaurantWeek.com, and you can look up the 9 Menlo Park restaurants. And then the second item is related to the upcoming meetings related to the environmental justice element and safety element. Focus on the environmental justice element. There's a community workshop or workshops in early May, May 2nd, May 9th. Both in the early evening, located at the Church of God on Hamilton Avenue. First workshop on May 2nd will be in Spanish. The second workshop on May 9th will be in English. So there's more information on the city's website, but looking forward to those upcoming meetings. And that's it.
Thank you for that update. The next item are city council member reports. Are there any city council member reports since the April 2nd? And Councilmember Dorr.
Yes, thank you. I had some board meetings last week, including Heart of San Mateo. They support and further affordable housing. And just wanted to let folks know that they have several mini programs that residents in our community can benefit from to receive support for mortgages or revolving loans to help purchase folks' first homes, including the first-time home buyer program, housing consulting services program, mobile home loan program, housing preservation program. And if you go to their website, if you look up Heart of San Mateo, you can learn more about those affordable housing opportunities. And I just want to say it was great to see so many folks out at the Love Our Earth Festival. Other council members, Mayor, thank you for your comments there. And thanks also to staff for being there and for all the work that staff did. It was a really joyful celebration. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Dorr. Any other? Councilmember Nash.
So I last week had a Stanford Community Resource Group meeting. We reviewed the Stanford Annual Report to Santa Clara County, and it was very standard. Nothing really stood out for any of the members there. The one thing we did discuss is the Marguerite shuttle and extending the route, and I requested that it come to Menlo Park as it once did. So we will see if, and there were some other requests for other parts of the Palo Alto. So we'll see if anything comes of that.
Thank you, Councilmember Nash, for sharing that update. And just as the Love Our Earth Festival, just wanted to echo Councilmember Dorr's comments and thanking the staff for all the hard work that they put into it, and also for community members that showed up. And also the Marguerite shuttle was providing transportation there, which was a surprise to me. So I would like to thank the folks at Stanford for that. Also last week on April 10th, there was a swearing in ceremony for our new officers and then also promotions for our existing officers. Wanted to say it was a well-attended event, very inspirational, and also it was pleasant to meet and see officers you've seen their names before, but never could tie the name to the face. So I appreciate that. And on that note, the meeting is adjourned.